Hello everyone and welcome along to the Sports Corner Watch Along Live. It is day number 2 of the World Darts Championship. It is the afternoon session and we have some cracking games in store for you today. All the kickoff in terms of these matches should be in a few minutes, shouldn't be too long to go. But we've got some good games coming up. We've got some important matches. Round 1 fixtures, of course, Dobey in a round 2 game. So without further ado, we'll get underway in just a moment's time. But of course, we're going to talk through those fixtures and hopefully it shouldn't be too long before we get underway, but this is it. Day number 2, and this is the first afternoon session of the day, and of the tournament, of course, so far. We had yesterday's session, which was a very eventful one, at the very least. Peter Wright in a tough fixture, which he just beat Steve West 3-1. It was a very tight game indeed, but we've got a few good games coming up today. We've got round 1 fixtures and a round 2 fixture, of course, with Dobey. But for those of you that missed yesterday's action, there was a thrilling game between Diogo Portela and Steve Beaton, which saw Steve Beaton lose 3-0. Portela, of course, going through into tonight's game against Glenn Durrett, which should be certainly a very good match to watch indeed. Andy's in the stream to say, guys, are we all here for the 180s and more checkouts than Tesco? Classic quote from the great Sid Waddell, what an absolute legend he was. And then Chris put, hi lads, hope you're as good as always, Chris. Nice to see you in the stream. If you're new as always, do leave a like, subscription. We had a lot of new subscribers last night, so thank you very much. It's incredibly greatly appreciated for all of the new subs as always. So if you haven't subbed yet, then it's well worth subbing onto the channel, because I'm going to try and cover as much of the World Darts Championship as I possibly can live. There will be some days where I won't be covering stuff, but we're going to try and do as much as we possibly can. So we've got some good games coming up today. Ryan Joyce coming up against Karel Sedlacek. That should be a very interesting game. Sedlacek coming into this looking quite hot in terms of form right now. He's looked like a very good player indeed. It'll be interesting to see how he does in today's fixture. That's the first match, of course, coming up today. We've got Ross Smith, who's going to be coming up against David Evans. That one be another interesting game. Two, I'd probably say, fairly even players in terms of their darting abilities. I think that'll be quite an interesting one. William O'Connor's going to be taking on Neil Zonneveld. That's a round 1 fixture. And then, of course, we've got that big match, which is Dobey coming up against Jeff Smith. I think that one is certainly one of the games to look out for. In terms of yesterday's games, as I said before, Steve West took on Amit Gillikwala in that round 1 fixture. He beat the Indian 3-0 in sets. Diogo Portela with a 3-0 win over Steve Beaton. Jeff Smith with a 3-1 win over Keane Barry, which means we will see the Canadian on stage a little bit later on today. And then Peter Wright, of course, played up against Steve West last night. It was a close game indeed. Steve West did very well later on in that match, but ultimately the world champion coming out on tops wins that game 3-1. A very enjoyable match to watch, actually. A few 180s in there, which we didn't see a great deal of 180s yesterday, which was a real shame indeed. So hopefully we'll see a few more 180s today. But do put your predictions in the chat for today's games. Should be very interesting to see how things go down. Chris put my predictions for this afternoon. Joyce 3-0 against Sedlacek. Smith 3-0 against Evans. O'Connor 3, Zonneveld 2. And Dobey with a 3-0 win over Smith. I think, to be fair, you'd probably expect to see a lot of 3-0 wins for players in round 2. If we're being honest with you, they're not going to come up against the greatest of players. I mean, there's 1 or 2 kind of the big boys that will come up against some very decent players in round 1, but not really a great deal of big players in there. But we're going to crack open some drinks early, because it's going to be a long day, of course. It's not just this afternoon session we've got today. We've got an evening session which starts at 6 o'clock today, so it's going to be a long one indeed. We've got 4 other games coming up today, which we can kind of talk about now as well, because it is a full day of action. So that's 6 o'clock set up for tonight. Max Hopp is going to be taking on Gordon Mathers. Callum Rides is going to be taking on James Bailey. Get the fizz out there. Adam Hunt takes on Lisa Ashton. That should be a very interesting game to watch, actually, with Lisa Ashton. Could be the second woman at the very least, of course, to get into the second round of the World Darts Championship. And then Glenn Durrett, he'll be taking on Diogo Portela. That'll be tonight, of course. That's the last game of round 2. But the drinks, there we go. We've replenished the drinks ahead of today's stream. Chris has put in the chat, Chris Dobey not been on it this year since that run in last year's Worlds. He's been a very quiet player, hasn't he, recently, Chris Dobey? Not really heard much about him at all. And that is not Rapid Ricky, Andy. That is, in terms of the Evan that's playing, it's going to be David Evans who's playing. I think we don't see Ricky Evans until... I've got the calendar up. Let me try and find it. We don't see Ricky Evans until... Where is he? That's the second round, yeah. We don't see Ricky Evans till Wednesday, December 23rd, so that's the last session, or last day at the very least session. That's at 12 o'clock on December the 23rd. So we'll see Ricky Evans then. It'll be interesting, of course, to watch him in the tournament. But we've got a lot of good games coming up today. In that first match, Karel Sedlacek coming up against Ryan Joyce. That one's an interesting game for me because Sedlacek has been doing quite well recently, actually. He's been one of those players that I think, very similar probably to Diogo Portela. Many people don't really know much about him, but in terms of his darting calibre, he's been doing really well. I think he was at the World Cup of Darts in November, so he might be recognisable to some people, of course. And he's been doing very well in this competition, in other competitions, not this one, of course, because we're only in that kind of first section of this tournament so far. But he's a Czech Republic player. In terms of where he ranks in the world, he's 84th in the world right now. Nicknamed Evil Charlie, which is a great name. Incredible nickname indeed. In terms of his World Championship, he made the last 32 in 2015. Sorry, actually that was BDO. In terms of the PDCs, he's actually never made it through the last 96, of course. So he's never made it past round 1, which is a real shame for him. I'm interested to see how he does today, if he can make it through, because he's not a bad player on his day, and he's certainly improving as the times do go by. And then, of course, we've got Ryan Joyce, which I think he's probably going to win this game, I think. I would say, even though Sedlacek is, on decent form right now, Ryan Joyce, known as Relentless, of course, comes out with his Tetris shirt, which always looks lovely on him. He's 37 ranked in the world right now. He's made the last... in terms of, he's actually made the quarterfinal at the PDC, which he made last year. Made the last 32 of the World Match Player this year. Did very well indeed there. He seems to be doing quite well right now. It'll be interesting to see how he does in that game today. So, in terms of my predictions for today's matches, in terms of the afternoon fixtures, I am going to say, I think I'm going to go for Joyce to win Sedlacek 3-1. I think Smith will win 3-2 against Evan. O'Connor will win 3-2 against Zonneveld. And then I think Dobby will win 3-1 against Jeff Smith. I wouldn't kind of call Jeff Smith out yet because we saw what he did yesterday, although it was against a youngster. Put in a good performance in the end against Keen Barry, who was just a little bit erratic in terms of his finishing. So it'll be interesting to see how he does, of course, in his fixture, which will be at the end, probably around 3 o'clock, I would have said. So it's another long stream. It's another 4-hour one, in fact. We're pretty much live for 8 hours today. It's a non-stop kind of day, this one. And he's put in the chat, I'll put O'Connor with a 3-1 win. Very good player, O'Connor. Yeah, I think it'll be a tight game, but I think O'Connor will go out there and win it. Good little player on his day. And then Chris put Sedlacek knocked out Ratajski in the Players' Championship, so could definitely beat Joyce. And well, that's what I mean. He's coming into this on good form. He's coming into this, he's high in the rankings, but look at Portela. He was in the 170s range in terms of his world ranking, and he beat the 33rd best player in the world if we based it off world rankings right now. So it'll be interesting to see, of course, how he does in that game today. But I just need to very quickly sort myself out here because, of course, I've got so much to keep my eyes on today. We've got no fans in the stadium as well, actually, which is a real shame indeed. Very disappointing that we don't have no fans, of course. You'll have seen yesterday with that first original day of darts in the night times fixtures, we did have plenty of fans available actually there to watch the games, and unfortunately, of course, today we don't have that, which is a real shame indeed. So I just need to very quickly set this all up. So Joyce and Sedlacek is first, and then it's going to be Smith and Evans. Just sort out my scoreboard here because it's a bit of a nightmare at times. He hasn't moved it. There we go. Moves it there, and then I can flip that one round, move that one to the other side, and I think we should be all good. Nice, there we go. So, that first game, as I said, is coming up in just a moment. It's always a bit of a nightmare. They don't tend to usually say when these games start, but I assume it's usually around 12:15. But big game tonight. Lisa Ashton in the World Darts Championship. We saw her at the Boyle Sports World Grand Prix where, she didn't really get to show herself off much. She was, knocked out pretty early on, but the World Darts Championship is a completely different tournament, and it'll be interesting to see how Lisa Ashton can do, of course. We know last year what happened with Fallon Sherrock. Went through in the tournament, did quite well, and eventually got knocked out by Mensur Suljevic. But Lisa Ashton, known as one of the best darts players, as well as Dita Edman, who we'll see, I think in a few days' time. I'm pretty sure it's on, I think it's Friday we see Dita play, so it'll be interesting to see how she does. But big test tonight for Lisa Ashton, and it'll be interesting to see how she does in her game, which is up against Adam Hunt. So that'll be one to look out for, of course. Two very good games tonight, in fact. to watch from about 7 and 8 o'clock. That's, of course, Adam Hunt and Glenn Durrant playing off against Ashton and Portella. But tomorrow's afternoon session, probably won't be covering that one live. It is quite a hectic period. I've looked at the games. There's a few alright games in there, but it'll probably be the evening set of fixtures on that next day, tomorrow. That'll be covering live from 6, so there might not be an afternoon one tomorrow, but gives me a bit of time to sort myself out because it's such a hectic period, as I said. It's 8 hours of non-stop being live right now, which is certainly a nightmare indeed, but hopefully we should get into that first game in a little bit. So, as I said, if you're new to stream, as always, do leave a like and a subscription. It is always very greatly appreciated. And we should have that first match coming up in a moment. I mean, Andy's put, I wouldn't say any match will be a 3-0. I can't remember what I said a moment ago in terms of my predictions, but as I said, with the round 2 ones, there's probably a fair whack of them that will end 3-0. And that's, certainly not down to the quality of plays being bad. I think sometimes that, Take for example yesterday, with Peter Wright. He looked really good at the start, and then it got into that second set, and we saw Steve West start to come out in that game and really show what he could do. And ultimately, in the end, the quality on the show of Peter Wright got us the win in the end there. So it'll be an interesting game today. I think Chris Dobey is one of those where he might potentially have a bit of a battle on his hands, because we said it before, he's certainly not in form right now, of course, being struggling this year with the darts. So can he go and get himself a victory? We will find out indeed. But in terms of the odds for the winners of this tournament, they haven't really changed overnight, but in terms of the odds for today's games, Ryan Joyce is 1-2, Sedlacek is 6-4, Smith is 8-13, and David Evans is 11-8. Same odds for O'Connor and Zonneveld. O'Connor 8-13 and Zonneveld 11-8, and it's same as well for Dobey and Smith. So the odds there, of course, are very similar across these 4 games today. But it'll be interesting to see. I'm really looking forward to seeing that Dobey-Smith game, because Smith is one of those where you cannot count him out. I think he's such an experienced, cool head. He tends to do all right in competitions. It will be an interesting one to see how that final game goes down. But should be too long to wait. Apologies. I didn't realise how long it'd be until the first game kicks off. It usually leaves me in a bit of an awkward position. I didn't realise how long I had to wait yesterday for it, at the very least. But we should have proper walkouts today as well, which is good to see, because if you watched the tournament yesterday, you'll know that because fans were there, they had a much shorter walkout with their songs, which is a real shame, because you like to hear the music, of course, and the favourite walkout songs. But we know fans being there now. All the 1,000 fans, of course, cannot go today. London is now in Tier 3, which therefore means that we won't be seeing any, of course, fans, which is a real shame indeed. And some breaking news that has just come out in terms of football-related stuff. Slaven Bilic has been sacked by West Bromwich Albion, which is absolutely ridiculous. I can't believe they've done that, but literally just got a point against Man City, and they've sacked him. So a little bit of breaking news there in football. Of course, West Bromwich Albion there sacking Slaven Bilic. But let's go over to the first game of the day. We've got the long walkout, which is fantastic to see. In the first game of the day, she's Ryan Joyce taking on Karel Sedlacek. Cannot wait for this one. Should be a very good game indeed. What I'm going to do is very quickly turn down the sound, because it's very loud in my ears. But here we go, the players coming out. Karel Sedlacek coming out onto the stage here. First game of the day. Put your predictions in the chat as always. And if you're new to the stream, do leave a like and a subscription. It is greatly appreciated. Thank you for all the subs yesterday. And thanks for everybody who joined, by the way, because I never expected the video to go as well as it did. But there were so many of you that turned up. It was fantastic to see. But Karel Sedlacek just coming out there, and it's now Ryan Joyce who's going to come out in his lovely Tetris shirt. He does look really nice. And they do get a little bit of a walkout. I wouldn't say it's necessarily the long walkout as usual, but it looks so strange without fans. It looks really strange without fans. It's, I think there's a lot of people which say out there, darts is nothing without the fans, and well, you can see how bare the Ali Pali looks without fans. But what can you do? Eventually, at the end of the day, this competition was going to go ahead, whether it be without fans or with fans. But let's appreciate the fact we've got the World Darts Championship taking place, because we could have quite easily been sat here saying that there was no World Darts Championship this year. But either way, here we go. It's going to be a big game, this. Ryan Joyce taking on Karel Sedlacek. And this should be a very, very good game indeed. Quite an interesting one, this. Should be a very interesting game. So without further ado, let's get underway with the first match of the day. As you can see, the order of plays on the right-hand side of the screen for those of you wondering who is coming up against each other in today's afternoon fixtures, of course. We've got an evening set of fixtures coming up at 6 o'clock tonight. But in terms of the tournament odds, Ryan Joyce, 250 to 1 to win the tournament. He did make the quarterfinals, of course, in 2019. So not bad there for Ryan Joyce. As for Karel Sedlacek, as I said before, he's certainly a player who's improving as time goes on. Currently ranked now 94th in the PDC World Rankings. Be interested to see how he can do in a game like this, because it's not going to be an easy game for Joyce. Neither is it going to be an easy game for Sedlacek. But without further ado, it's going to be Joyce who starts us off. The first game of round 1 on day 2 is underway. And Ryan Joyce here going to start off with a solid 100. Not a bad start there indeed from Ryan Joyce there. But Sedlacek on for the first 180 of the day. He moves down to the 19 to get 139. Not bad darts there from Sedlacek to start off this first round fixture. Adam's putting the chat. Andy's putting the chat. Adam Hunt, not seen him play to be honest, but if he's good, it should be a great matchup with Lisa. And then of course Andy also saying if Dobey can create the same form what he did against Ando, he could go a long way. And I think that's the one thing for Dobey. He has to show a bit of consistency in this tournament, which is something he's been lacking for quite some time. But we've said it before, the World Darts Championship always brings out the very best in players, unless you're Steve Beaton yesterday, which he didn't bring the best out, and you brought out the worst, to be honest. But hopefully we'll see some good performances today. But good start here for Sedlacek. Gets himself 137 to put him down to 184. As for Ryan Joyce, currently sat at 222. Not too far behind here, but really needs a treble, which he does get in the end, the treble 18 and 220 to make it 94. Although Sedlacek here could be on for another ton, which he does get indeed. Puts himself down to 84 after 12 darts. Good start here for Sedlacek. Ryan Joyce on 128 means he can check out if he wants to, but he hits a 4, which means he won't be able to check out in this situation. He can only leave himself with a decent finish, which he does get 112, which is a very good score indeed, to put himself down to 16. But Sedlacek on 84. He can check out here. He gets the 14, needs a bullseye, and he's nowhere near. Gets the 20 instead, and eventually lays himself down to a score of 30. But Ryan Joyce here on 16 needs double 8 to take the first leg of the game. And he hits it first time. First leg goes to Ryan Joyce on the day. And a very, well, I wouldn't say comfortable leg, a very even leg more than anything. And that will certainly be a kind of a dart there and a leg that will certainly relieve some of the pressure for him. And Sedlacek starts off with 100. A very good score indeed. What's Joyce there, starting with 137 himself. Gets a very good score. And might have a chance here for the first 180 of the day. And he does hit 2 double 20s, but a 20 in there for Sedlacek drops him down to 261. Good chance there for 180, which of course we didn't see a great deal of them yesterday. It was a very quiet day, in fact, for 180s. I think it was the game against Beaton and Portela where we didn't see one, which was a shame. But Joyce there, keeping up with Sedlacek, getting 140. Bit of a poor dart there from Sedlacek. Joyce down at 224 here. He needs to make the most of Sedlacek's mistake there. Only got around 50 there. And Joyce only gets 60 himself. He does let Sedlacek off. Can Sedlacek make the most of it? He's on 219 currently. Gets himself the double treble 20, then the 20, and the treble 19 to get 137, I believe there. Good score from Sedlacek. Puts him down to 82. As for Ryan Joyce here, he's on 164. Not going to be able to check out, unfortunately, for him. And only gets 47, which means Sedlacek has a chance here to level the game up. Currently at 82. He gets a 20. He needs... actually, he can't check out in this situation. He's decided to set himself up with a 40, which means 117 is going to have to go from Ryan Joyce. 20. Gets the treble 19. He tops to get the second leg. And he's just under the double 20. Which means there's a good chance here for Sedlacek to equalise on legs. With that tops, of course, on 40. Misses the first dart. Misses the second dart. Good marker there. And it's a very good marker indeed. Because Sedlacek gets himself back into the game. 1 leg apiece in the first set. And that was certainly a dart that had to go in tops there to relieve some pressure. So we could have seen Ryan Joyce 2 legs up already in this game. But Joyce in this third leg going to start off with 135. Very good darts indeed from both players so far. Very even game, but of course we're only 2 legs into this match. Chris asked in the chat, could this be Gary Anderson's last tournament as a darts player, considering his injury problems? I think he's one of those where there's been a lot of people now which have said basically he probably should retire from darts and give up because he won't become the same player he was a couple of years ago. And I think he's one of those where I think Gary Anderson would probably rather want to leave on a high than a low in terms of an injury, but I guess it depends on A, how serious this injury is, and whether it's going to be a long-term one that keeps him out for a long period of time, or B, what Gary Anderson's desires are. And I think for me, Gary Anderson probably wants to continue on, and it's one of those where I think he'd like to leave on a high, but ultimately, if the injury is too serious, you can see him retiring. I mean, as Andy said there, possibly, he mentioned it a year ago, it's certainly a perfect time to leave darts in terms of retiring from the game and moving on, of course. But as you said as well, Chris, he's dropping down the rankings. In fact, I looked at the kind of, not the merit of play, but the amount of money that the darts players have made from tournaments and stuff, and he's just dropping down slowly but surely. And I think it is getting to a stage where probably Gary is thinking in his head, it's time to maybe finish up my career as a darts player. But he's had a great career, let's be honest with him. But while we've been talking about Gary Anderson, Joyce currently down at 145, Sedlacek at a 120. He might have to go for it here. He gets the 20. He now needs a double and a treble 20. He gets the treble 20. Needs the double for a 120 finish. And can only hit the 20, which puts him down to 20 overall. Ryan Joyce here on an 86 with treble 18 and double 16. Only gets the 18. Gets another 18. Means the bull. And he gets the outer bull. Which means Sedlacek here has an opportunity to take the lead in this game for the first time. Double 10 required. And he hits it first time. Sedlacek there. Fantastic darts from the Czech Republic player. Or the Czech Republican, of course, as it would be said. And this is a tight set indeed. Sedlacek leading this first set 2 legs to 1. I mean, Chris has put Gary Anderson technically won everything there is apart from the Grand Slam and Grand Prix. Exactly. I mean, for a player like Gary Anderson, he doesn't necessarily have to sit there and play on. Do you know what I mean? He's won the majority of things, and you don't want it to get to a stage. And I think something very similar for Van Barneveld. You don't want to get to a stage where you become the laughing stock of the PDC, and not necessarily the laughing stock, but look at what happened with Van Barneveld. It was at the peak of his powers, then he started dropping off a little bit, and ultimately his final swan song turned out to just be a complete disaster, getting knocked out in the first round of the PDC World Darts Championship last year. What Gary Anderson doesn't want to do is go down a similar route, and injuries mess him up, and he's still got talent, and he's a great player on his day, but any player can quite easily go from being at the peak of their powers and drop down completely in terms of the quality. I think the greatest example I keep alluding to all the time is Adrian Lewis. Adrian Lewis back in his day. It was only a few years ago that we're talking about him as one of the best players in the world. And now, yes, he's still in the top 32, but he's fallen off a cliff. And quite frankly, looks like he'll eventually drop out of the top 32. So it's one of those ultimately where, look, I think Gary Anderson's time is coming to finish up his career. But it all depends on what Gary Anderson thinks in his head. Does he want to try and win something else and then retire? Or would you just leave now and leave while he's still got a bit of, not dignity about himself, but while he's still up there as one of the better players in the PDC? Be interested to see. But back to this game, because Ryan Joyce is currently at 150. Sedlacek at 111. And Ryan Joyce here cannot check out. He's just going to set himself up with a decent score, which he does indeed. He gets 134 to leave himself on 16, which means Sedlacek is going to have to try and hit this 111. Gets a 19, gets a treble 20, needs double 16 for a lovely 1-1-1 finish, and that is a fantastic finish, which means Sedlacek takes the first set, and that was a really, really good set from both players, Ryan Joyce and Sedlacek. Back in a moment. And that is the first leg done and dusted. And what a very good first leg that was, of course. Sorry, first set, not leg. Really good set there from both players. Of course, Sedlacek there looking quite strong. Fantastic 111 finish. In that situation where Ryan Joyce looked like he was about to make it 2 legs apiece. He comes out with a 1-1-1 finish and leaves himself in a very good position here. He's 1 set up on Ryan Joyce. And as I said before, you know, when we started talking about this game, Sedlacek is one of those players that I think right now is certainly going to be feeling up for a game like this, and you can quite clearly see in that first set he completely is. He's well and truly looking confident as a player. He has certainly moved up the rankings of the PDC over the last couple of months. He's improving as a player, and no doubt for him, if he can get this as a win on the board, then it'd be fantastic for him, of course, to potentially go on and play. I think, let me just have a look who they would be playing. Where is it? Who would they be playing here? But it'd be a fantastic win for them either way. They will be playing Krzysztof Ratajski, whoever wins this game. So it's going to be a big test, of course, for whoever wins it going into that next round. But what a fantastic first set there for Karel Sedlacek. Very, very happy with that indeed. With that beautiful 1-1-1 finish. Probably one of the better finishes we've had so far in the first kind of few fixtures of this tournament. But Chris put in the chat, MVG and Anderson are the most memorable matches. Both players average 110 for fun. Nothing was better than the game where Van Gerwen was on for a 9-darter and Anderson finished with the 170. I mean, that's probably one of the best darting moments in recent years in terms of just a kind of a leg of darts. Just absolutely incredible. But hopefully we'll get a few moments like that in the World Darts Championship. It'd be very nice indeed, especially in the latter stages of the competition. It would be nice to see something like that happen. Of course, with some of the better and the bigger players at the latter stages of this tournament. But as it currently stands, Sedlacek 1 set up to nothing against Ryan Joyce. If you're new to the stream, as always, do leave a like and a subscription. It is very, very greatly appreciated, as always. But as for now, of course, we should be getting back into that game in a little moment's time. And Chris put in the chat, MVG just doesn't want Whitlock at some point in this tournament. I don't think he would he? What a game that was a few months ago. Well, it'd be a few weeks ago, actually, wouldn't it? It wasn't that long ago, but that game was mental. Like, absolutely mental. It's one of those matches where I kind of wish I did a watch-along for it. And I've got to say, so far, with these watch-alongs, this was kind of a tester as well to see about doing future darts watch-alongs. So far, if we can keep up, of course, with the amount of people joining and subscribing and things like that, then we will definitely be covering more darts tournaments live. I'd love to kind of cover the Unibet Premier League and the Boyle Sports tournaments and the Ladbrokes as well. So hopefully we can cover a few more dart tournaments on the channel as well. But we've just had a new subscriber. Thank you very much to whoever you are. Very greatly appreciated indeed. Really, really nice to see, of course, lots of new people subscribing to the channel. And fantastic to see loads of new fans as well, because I've loved darts for quite a while now. I've always wanted to do watch-alongs for them, but ultimately never really had a chance. And now's the best time to give it a go. And ultimately, as I said, quite a lot of new people joining the stream and enjoying it, which is fantastic. And we will definitely be looking to do some more darts watch-alongs. But let's get back to this game, because as it currently stands, Sedlacek is 1 set up to nothing against Ryan Joyce. And the Englishman's got a lot of work to do here, because the Czech Republican is looking very strong in this game, and he's going to start us off with the second set of this match. Of course, Sedlacek looking very strong indeed. I mean, even Andy's pointed out another good moment when Gary Anderson and Chizzy beat the record of 180s in a match. Amazing. That's another good game. We've got a chance here for a 180 in this game from Ryan Joyce. And Unfortunately, only hits 140 in the end, but not a bad score there for him to start off this second set, first leg of the PDC World Darts Championship, round 1, day 2, afternoon session. And Ryan Joyce here, of course, ranked around the 30s mark in the world rankings. I think he's ranked 37th in the world. Will certainly be feeling the pressure right now. Karel Sedlacek, who has got the throw right now, he's going to have to break Sedlacek. And Sedlacek goes 2 sets to 0 up, it's really going to cause a massive problem for Ryan Joyce here. But he hits a double 20 and another double 20. We get the first 180 of the day. All aboard, 180 central. That's what we wanted to see. First 180 of the day. 180 for Ryan Joyce, which puts him down to a 105. Sedlacek down at 108 as well, keeping close to him. He's going to try and check out this 105. Gets a treble 19. Gets a 16. Means he needs a double 16 for the first leg of the second set. He's just wide, which leaves him on 32. Sedlacek here on 108 needs to try and check out himself. He gets the treble 19. Gets the 19, which means he needs a double 16. And, well, he can't hit the double 16. And actually hits the 16 itself, which leaves him down at 16. As for Ryan Joyce, he gets the double 16, which he needed. And he takes the first leg of the second set. And this is a very, very tight game. But that will certainly give Ryan Joyce a little bit of confidence going into this second set. And I mean, Andy's put there, could an upset be? Could be an upset already. Come on, Ryan. It could be indeed another big upset on the cards. But let's not count Ryan Joyce out here, because he's certainly backing it with that leg there. Will it give him the confidence that he needs to take a set to his name? Both players here starting on 100 in that second leg of the second set. But Ryan Joyce here currently with 2 treble 20s. Could have another chance here for 180. And he gets it indeed. It's another 180 there for Ryan Joyce, the second maximum of the game. But Sedlacek, he's keeping close to him. 140 there, which means Joyce on 2-2-1. Sedlacek on 2-6-1. It's a very good leg here. Both players really showing what they can do on the stage. And I think so far, of course, it's weird without fans. It looks really strange at the actual Ali Pali right now without fans being there. But at the same time, will this be a potential positive boost to some of these players, not having fans there, being under pressure? I mean, there'll be certain players like Gerwyn Price, of course, who would much prefer to have fans there to kind of rally off. But ultimately, as for now, until the December 30th, we are only going to have, we're going to have, of course, the tournament behind closed doors, which is a real shame. But Ryan Joyce down at 68, Sedlacek at 161. Unfortunately, Sedlacek here is going to be able to check out, which means a chance for Ryan Joyce to go 2 legs up in this second set. He's got to take it. He gets 20, needs 48, gets 16, which means he needs double 16. And he gets that double 16, and that will give him some confidence going into that next leg, because he's now 2 legs up in this second set. And Ryan Joyce, who's only 35 from Newcastle, will certainly be buzzing there that he's got himself a second leg on the board, and will certainly boost his confidence with Ryan Sedlacek here under the cosh a little bit. Chris just put, I can't wait to watch Lawrence. We've been a nutter with his celebrations, of course. That game being tomorrow, I'm not going to be covering that one, unfortunately, but should be a good match indeed. And then Chris put, if you could play anyone at the Ali Pali, who would it be? Good choice, good choice. I mean, I'd love to play against Gary Anderson, of course. I'd love to play Gary Anderson, because I do like Gary Anderson a lot. But ultimately, who would I like to play? It's a really tough. I'd like to play Ricky Evans. And the reason why I'm going to say I like to play Ricky Evans is because I just love to be there to see how quick he throws his darts. It's fun watching it on the TV, but being there to be able to see it, it'd be absolutely fantastic. Of course, we know what he's like when it comes to being rapid with his darts. Rapid Ricky Evans, as he's always called. That's the one game I'm looking forward to when that comes around on December the 23rd. Same day as Gary Anderson plays, of course. But as he currently stands here, Sedlacek on 180. Joyce on 182. Sedlacek just under the cosh a little bit here. He needs to get a decent score, but can only get himself an 85. As for Ryan Joyce, gets himself a treble 20. then a 20, and a 19, which will put him down to a decent score of 83. So Sedlacek here on 95, going to have to try and check out. He needed the treble 19, which means he won't be able to check out here, and maybe a chance here for Joyce with the 83. On a treble 17 and a double 16. He only gets 17. Does get treble 16, needs double 9 here to take a second set, and he gets the second set of the game, which means it's one set apiece in this match, and this is a tight affair as it currently stands. One set apiece between Joyce and Sedlacek, and you can see on the reaction of Joyce's face a bit of relief that he's got a set to his name. It's one set apiece in this game. And there we go, that is the second set of the game done, and one set apiece in this game. This is a very close one. We talked about how Sedlacek in that first set looked really strong, looked comfortable, looked calm, and of course that 1-1-1 checkout he got was very impressive indeed. But since that point, going into that second set, I think Ryan Joyce has taken a moment to kind of compose himself and think, look, I am technically the better player right now in the hockey. I've got to go out there and improve it. And ultimately there, fantastic set from him. Did really, really well to kind of keep Ryan at bay. But both players, it's an even game. It's a very, very even game. And it'll be interesting to see, of course, how we go into this third set, how both players approach this one. I mean, Andy's put, I would love to play, of course, Going Price. Give him an arm wrestle as well, and even Chris has said I'd love to play Going Price. It would be the battle of the Raws, and he's such a passionate player, isn't he, Going Price? And there's a lot of people out there who look at Going and think he's a little bit too loud and obnoxious, but we need passion in the game. We genuinely need passion in the game. He's kind of the one player that brings it, and it's lovely to see. And another player, actually, I wouldn't mind playing, Nathan Aspinall. I think he's another fantastic player who's certainly got plenty of passion in him. It's always nice when you see Aspinall and Going Price play, because they're both at each other, and I know even Aspinall says himself that Going always tends to bring the very best out of him with the passion and stuff, so it is one of those games that's kind of another one of my favourites to watch, because both those two, when they're playing off against each other, is always a good fun watch indeed. But let's have a quick talk about this game. As I said, Ryan Joyce there, fantastic set against Karel Sedlacek. Never really gave the Czech Republican a chance in that second set to get a hold of the game, and in fact didn't even take a leg on the board, which just proves that Ryan Joyce certainly getting into back into the game a little bit here. But ultimately, can he hold on, or is this going to be a very yo-yo game, back and forth, both players tugging at each other, desperately trying to win this game? And well, for the neutral, it makes it a very good game indeed. If you're a big Sedlacek or Joyce fan, it's a nervy time, but a very good game so far, which will be back underway in just a moment's time. But Chris saying that I would give Price some back. Oh, you would, wouldn't you? I think that's what Going Price sometimes does. I think it's always good. I think the best example is when Glenn Durrant played him, I think in the Premier League of Darts, and you know, Going Price was proper going for it and everything, and of course his celebrations was loud, and then Glenn Durrant got involved as well, which is always fun to watch when both of those players kind of go mental with it. But we're back in this game now. Both players out on the hockey for the third set of this game, and as it currently stands, it's one set apiece. This one could go all the way, I think. Chris saying there, Joyce, former quarter-finalist for a reason. He's indeed, of course, made it there in 2019, but it's a tight game indeed. And we know that Ryan Joyce, on his day, if he can kind of calm himself down, he's a very, very good player. But ultimately, so far, Sedlacek giving him a good game. But it'll be we're starting off in a moment. Both players just back on the hockey, having a few practice starts before we go back into the game. And of course, if you do, as always, do leave a like and a subscription. It's very, very greatly appreciated with our PDC World Darts Championship watch-along. As I said, in terms of the streams, we will have Chris joining us at one point, I think, for an afternoon session, or a few of them at the very least. We might have Roman joining us as well, so it should be very good indeed. But we're back underway here. Ryan Joyce taking on Karel Sedlacek in the third set of this game, and Ryan Joyce here, going to start off with 100. Not a bad start there from the Englishman. Can Karel Sedlacek do any better here? The answer is, he gets the 20. He gets the treble 20. He matches in with 100 as well, both players, on 4:01 after their first 3 darts on the board. Of course, we haven't seen any 180s so far from Karel Sedlacek. We've seen 2 so far by Ryan Joyce in this game. And as I said, we can see at points that he is a good player. He's a very good player. He just needs to get a flow to this game. But got a good chance here for Sedlacek to get a 180. He doesn't in the end and only gets himself 100. But keeping the consistent scores right now with the tons. Which is not bad at all for him indeed. And another 100 there for Ryan Joyce too, which means he's down to 243. Sedlacek at 3:01, but he gets a treble 20 here. Gets another treble 20. Maybe the chance for the first 180 for Sedlacek, and he hits treble 3 instead. It's not the treble he'll want in this situation. But he puts him down to 178. I mean, Chris, but there's so many good players in PDC. It's never ending of good players. That's what makes PDC darts so good. The fact that there's so many players that are good. And I think for the neutral, it's nice in a certain way that Van Goren's not been at the very best, because look at the amount of different winners we've had this year. We've had like Vandenberg, we've had Jose de Souza, we've had Van Goren at one point. PDC, of course, at the beginning of the year from the previous World Darts Championship. It's just nice to see different people win. Glenn Durrant as well. But Sedlacek here is going to take that first leg, finished a 40 off, which puts him in a comfortable position in this third set. It's a topsy-turvy game, this one, but it's just nice to see different winners. And it's that's the thing, there's so many good players out there that is always competitive. You know, there's so many good games that you look at in darts and you think, that's going to be a good game, that's going to be a good game. But while in football, for example, there's a lot of games which you'll see and you think, it's not going to be a great game at all. While with darts, there's so many good fixtures. Like round 1, for example, Humphries coming up against Paul Lim in a round 1 fixture. That's 2 very good players on the day coming up against each other, and ultimately we should have some incredible World Darts Championship matches still to come. But as it currently stands, Joyce is averaging above 90 in all 3 of his sets so far. As for Sedlacek, he's currently averaging 110 in this third set, but remember, we have only really just started it. As it currently stands, Joyce down at 303, Sedlacek at 219. Going to be interesting here to see if Joyce can break Sedlacek's throw. He gets 2 treble 19s here. Going to go for it again. He only gets a 19 this time, Ryan Joyce, which will put him down to 170, which means he can check out, of course, on that big fish, but Sedlacek got a chance here to pressurise him. Gets a treble 20 and a 20. And a treble 19, which means Joyce is going to be under pressure here to potentially check out that 170 with Sedlacek on an 82. He hits a 20 though, Joyce, which means he's not going to be able to check out here. And he hits a 3, which is not a good dart there from him, and only gets 42 in the end, which leaves Sedlacek in a good position to check out the 82. Hits the outer ball to start, means he needs 17 double 20. Gets the 17. Needs tops for the second leg. And he's just above. But he might have another chance with Ryan Joyce on a 128. Can he take it out? It'd be a big check out indeed. And he won't be able to because he hits a treble 1. Which means he's only going to be able to set himself up here. Which means Sedlacek on 40 has a chance here to check out on tops for the second leg of the third set. And he sets it out indeed. Lovely, lovely dart into the double 20 there. He gets that second leg on the board of this third set. And it's such a topsy-turvy game between Joyce and Sedlacek here. It's the Czech Republican now who's just got a bit of an advantage in this game. Or the Czech, as you could call him technically. But Sedlacek here, on for a 180 potentially. And he only gets a 140, but I'm saying only. It's a good score, isn't it, to start off in your first 3 darts. But Ryan Joyce here, just going back to the kind of the same route as what he was in the first leg. Neither player has really looked bad in this game at all so far. But both players looking very good indeed. What I've just done in the commentary, both players currently averaging about 95. They could both easily win this game, but ultimately, it's such a topsy-turvy match. It's all about getting the high scores, and good first start there from Joyce to get a treble 20, but only gets a ton to leave himself on 2-1-6. Sedlacek down at 2-2-1. It's such a topsy-turvy game. It's one of those where either player could really win this, and I do think it could go down to a deciding leg. I mean, even Chris there said both players averaging 95. I said a moment ago, class game. It's a really good game so far. To start off the PDC World Darts Championship on day number 2, you can see on the right-hand side of the screen, of course, the order of play. So, it's a chance here for Sedlacek to check out on a 1-2-1. He's hit treble 20, and he's only hit double 14, which means treble 14, which means he cannot check out. So he sets himself up with a good score here of a 16. Can Joyce check out the 1-3-2? The answer is he won't be able to check out that 1-3-2. But he does set himself up with a very good score. 52 there for Joyce. So double 8 here for Sedlacek to take the third set of the game and make it 2-1. And there's no mistakes there from Sedlacek. He leads 2-1 in this set. Very, very good set indeed there from Sedlacek, and that was fantastic for him. You can see the fist pump celebrating there as he's called Evil Charlie, of course. Could that be an important set in this game? He's one set away, of course, from going through to the second round. Chris has said my best average is in the 80s. I know you've put up on Twitter, you tend to play games against people on a website. You'll have to give a heads up, because I'm going to stop for a second, because Sedlacek here for 180 only gets himself a 140, but you'll have to give me a heads up. I'm terrible at darts. I'm really, really not good. Like, really shy, if I'm being honest with you. But I'd definitely have a game against you, although I would definitely lose. But both players here getting 140. Joyce down at 265, Sedlacek up 3-1-8. Been a very good game so far between these two players. But Ryan Joyce really needs to get back into this game, because Sedlacek right now is getting closer towards the finish line. And remember, the winner of this game will face Krzysztof Ratajski in a few days' time. So certainly good fixture that one's going to be, depending on who goes through. But Ryan Joyce now down to a 170. Sedlacek only down to 200, which means a real good chance here for Joyce to put the pressure on Sedlacek. He hits treble 20. Hits another treble 20. Chance for the first big fish of the ball. And he gets the outer ball, which will put him down to 25. Sedlacek at 200, which does mean Joyce has a very good chance here to check out that 25 and put pressure on Sedlacek. But the Czech puts pressure on the Englishman and gets himself down to 79. And that's a poor first start there from Ryan Joyce. He's going to have to hit the 3 in the double 4 here. He's got to take it. And he does indeed, and that was a big dart. He made a mistake in that situation, Ryan Joyce, but he made up for it with a 3 in the double 4. And he takes the first leg of the 4th set, and this is a fantastic game to watch between two fantastic players. And could that be another confidence boost here for Ryan Joyce, because his first 3 darts could have ended up with a 180, but he gets a 140 in the end. Searching Google Nakadash, you could play at anyone online. I'm definitely going to search that up, but there's a chance here for Sedlacek to get a 180, and he gets a 180. That's not the one, that's the one I wanted. 180 there for Sedlacek. He's on for the 9-darter. Fantastic start there from Sedlacek, and well, we did have a 9-darter chance yesterday with Steve West, but we're not going to see it here because Sedlacek only hits 20 with his first dart, but he does get 2 treble 19s afterwards to knock himself down to 187. Joyce on 301. He's going to have to hit a high score here if he wants to keep up with the Czech, who could get a leg back here in this 4th set. And he can only get 100, which means Sedlacek has got a real advantage here to take the second leg. Can he make the most of it? Gets 2 20s and a 1. Only 41, which is really poor from Sedlacek. Puts him down to 146, which means Joyce is back in the game if he can get a big score on the board. Gets 2 20s. He really needs a treble. And he gets that treble. Gets himself a ton to put him down to 101, which means Sedlacek here on a 146. Going to try and check it out. Gets a treble 19. Gets another treble 19. Chance here for a double 16 for a 146. And it's just past the double 16. Gets the 16, which means Sedlacek will have to check out on a double 8. 101 required here for Ryan Joyce. Gets a 25, gets a treble 20, needs a double 8 here for a massive leg. And he just misses it. Which means both players down to 16. Can Sedlacek check out on the double 8? He can indeed, and that is a big leg there from the Czech. One leg apiece in this fourth leg, and this game really is a topsy-turvy game. The tables constantly turning by both players here in this thrilling fixture. It's beautiful to watch. It's a very good game. Not really any player having a bad stint in this game. Both players really going for it, and ultimately giving us a real treat of a match here to start off this second day of the World Darts Championship. Good start there for Ryan Joyce with the 140. Sedlacek's going to have to try and match that at the very least. And he only gets 97 in the end there, which isn't a bad score, but with the 140 there for Ryan Joyce, it makes it a lot more easier for him to take a lead in this game. Which he gets a 95, I think, in the end there. 98 in the end. Good score indeed. Sedlacek down at 307. Oh, and that's very unlucky. He hits the treble 20, and then his second dart falls out of the board, and that was a real good chance there for him to try and get something in this game, and it does give an advantage here to Ryan Joyce to get a good score. He gets himself 92, which puts Joyce down to 172. Sedlacek here at 227. Can he put the pressure on Joyce? He gets 2 treble 20s. He's going to go for the treble 19 and gets himself 139. Good darts there from the Czech. Ryan Sedlacek even. Which means Joyce here needs a treble at the least to put pressure on Sedlacek, and he gets the treble 18 to get 94, which means Sedlacek on an 88 here. Needs double 14. He gets the treble 20. Misses the first dart. Big chance for the Czech. And he just misses it. Could that be costly? With Joyce on a 78. Gets an 18. Gets a 20, which means he needs tops for the third leg of this game. And that is a big dart indeed there from Ryan Joyce. Gets the third leg of this game, and how crucial could that be for the Englishman at this stage in this competition? 2 legs up in this match against Sedlacek. Could that be the leg? That's the difference maker in this game. And Ryan Joyce coming up here now. He's on for another 180. And he gets a 180. He gets a 180 to his name, and that was a very big 180. But Sedlacek on for a 180. And only gets a 140 himself. Which means Ryan Joyce here now on for a 9 darter. Gets a treble 20. Oh, he only gets a 20 that time. And oh, you always get a little bit excited, don't you, when they start hitting treble 20s left, right and centre. But he leaves himself down at 222 after 6 darts. But Sedlacek is not backing off. He's down at 261 after 6 darts. Fantastic leg, this one so far. Good chance here for Joyce to get 140. He gets himself 130 with the ball. Really good work there. With Joyce down to 92 after 9 darts. And Sedlacek only gets himself 81. Which means Joyce here has got a fantastic chance to make this 2 sets apiece. Silly lad. The chance to 2 sets. Paz is out. He's out. Paz is out. What's he talking about? Paz is out. Big chance here though for Sedlacek to try and get back into it a little bit. He's at 180. Of course, he ain't going to be able to check out here. Joyce down at 16. Which means he's going to be able to have a chance with 3 darts at double 8 for this second set. Can he get it? Ryan Joyce, big opportunity in this game. A lot of pressure on the Englishman here to get the double 8. Misses with the first dart. Hits the 8 on the second, which means double 4. And he gets double 4. That is a big dart indeed, and it puts it to 2 sets apiece. We're going down to a deciding set for the first time in the World Darts Championship this year. And this is a big, big set. I think it's really hard to call right now who's going to win this. Both players been fantastic so far in the World Darts Championship in this round 1 fixture. And it's impossible to tell who's going to get it. Real pressure. And not a good score there for Ryan Joyce. He only gets himself 58 to start off. While Sedlacek gets himself 100. Chris has said, I'll never hit a 9-darter in my life. I've been close. I've been very close. But ultimately, I've hit... well, not 9... Actually, 9 darters, no. I'll never hit a 9-darter in my life. I was about to say I've been close. I thought you meant 180s. Ultimately, now. I'll never be close to a 9-darter. I'm still trying to get my first 180. I'm not a great player when it comes to darts. I only just recently got a darts board as well, so I'm still learning on the go, to be honest. But in terms of how we started so far, Sedlacek down at 304. Ryan Joyce down at 286. Big chances here in this game, in this final set decider. And Sedlacek gets himself 100 to put himself down to 204. Remember, the sudden death situation in terms of players winning by 2 legs or more does not take place in the competition, which is a real shame now, because of course with fans not being there, they could have probably added it in anyway, but ultimately they haven't, sadly, and we won't see any sudden death in this competition, which is a real shame indeed. But Joyce here down at 161 gets 19, which means he's only going to be able to set himself up here for a decent setup. And he gets 99 to leave himself down at 62. Sedlacek at 104 here. Big leg in this fifth set of the game. Gets a treble 20, needs double 12. And it's just a little bit too high there with the dart on the double 12, which means chance here for Joyce to hold his throw and check out a 62. Big opportunity in this game for Ryan Joyce to take a foothold of the match. Starts off with a 10. Then gets a 20, which means double 16! Just wide. And Sedlacek now has the chance to take the lead in this 5th set. Double 12 needed from Sedlacek. Misses with the first dart. And gets it with the second dart. And that is a massive dart there from Sedlacek in this tight game. And he takes the first leg of the final set. Can he roll on and get himself the victory? Hits a treble 1, a treble 20, and a 20 to get 83. Not a good first 3 darts there from the Czech. And now Ryan Joyce here gives himself a treble 20 and a 20. And gets 100 in the end there, which is certainly letting Sedlacek off the hook a little bit there. It really is a nervous game now. Both players will be feeling under the cosh. Maybe Sedlacek a little bit more, of course, as he wants to try and win this game. Joyce has got to claw back a leg at the very least, and both players certainly not giving up in this game. There's a chance here for 180 from Ryan Joyce, and he only gets a 140. Fantastic game so far between these two players. It's a nail-biting fixture to watch right now. Still can't determine who's going to win this game. Sedlacek down to 184. Joyce at 261. He's going to need to get a big score here. He gets the treble 20. Then gets the 20 afterwards. And gets an outer ball, which puts him down to 156. Sedlacek at 184. He can't check out. Joyce can. But he can get a good score here to put pressure on Joyce. 2 20s. And a treble 20 puts him down to 84. Good score there from Sedlacek. Joyce might have to go for the 156 here. He gets the 20, which means he won't be able to check out in this situation. Can he leave himself with a good score, though? The answer is he only gets a 60 to leave himself 96, which means Sedlacek at an 84. Gets the treble 20, which means he's got 2 chances at the double 12. And he gets the double 12. And that is a massive leg there for Sedlacek, who puts himself 1 leg away from the second round of the World Darts Championship against Krzysztof Ratajski. The pressure is really on, and are we about to get the first big upset of the day? We'll have to find out indeed. Andy's put, I've hit 180, also hit 3 balls, obviously with 3 darts once. That's mad. I've hit 2 darts in the ball, but I've never hit a 180. I'm still waiting for it. I've had a few times where I've nearly hit it, but I'm still waiting for it. But there's a good chance here for Joyce to get a 180, and he gets himself 140, which leaves himself down at 303 after 6 darts. Good start there from Ryan Joyce. As for Sedlacek, currently at 460. And after 6 darts for him, he only gets 58, which puts him down at 402 after 6 darts. It gives Joyce here an advantage to try and claw back in this game. He's not given up yet in this fixture. Although 42 might have just let Sedlacek off a little bit there. Can he get a good treble here? He only gets 220s. And he only gets 60. Not a good set of darts there from Sedlacek. As for Joyce at 261, a little bit more comfortable than Sedlacek in this leg of the 5th set. And you can see now that the players really starting to show how much pressure they're under. Both players looking a little bit nervous here, but Sedlacek gets the treble 20, gets another treble 20. This could be a good opportunity for Sedlacek for the 180. And he gets himself 140, which means he's straight back in this game, and Ryan Joyce here is going to have to get a few trebles of his own here. He gets a 5, then a treble 19. He needs to get another treble here. And he gets a treble 20. That's a big 2 darts there from Joyce to put himself down to 82. Sedlacek's going to have to match it. He gets a treble 20. He gets another one. Is he going to go for the treble 20? He gets 140. These players not giving up, which means Joyce at 82 with a chance to check out. Gets the outer ball. Gets the 17, which means he needs tops here for a big leg. And he's just missed it, which means Sedlacek on a 62 has the chance to win the game with 3 match darts. Gets the treble 10. 2 chances at double 16 for a big shot in this first game of the day. Oh, and he hits the wrong one. But he needs double 9. And he's missed the double 9, which means Joyce is let off. All he needs is a double 20 here. And he's right back into the game. 3 at tops. First one he misses. Second one he gets. And this game continues on. What a game this is. Real nerves beginning to build. Joyce clawing his way back into this game. And Sedlacek, who looked like he had the chance to go on and seal the game. He should have been off the stage a minute ago. And well, he's got to compose himself here because he does not want to let Ryan Joyce back into this game, or else we will be going down to a final deciding leg to see who wins it. Only 60s to start for Sedlacek, 96 for Joyce in their first 3 darts. What a game this has been. What a game. Dramatic all the way so far. It really has been a good game. 3-4-3, Sedlacek currently sat on. Ryan Joyce at 405. There's a part of me that really wants this to go down to the final deciding leg. Just for the fun of it, why not? And this is a shame because this is where the sudden death thing should have come into play. This should have had sudden death because a game like this probably would have gone all the way. Neither player really able to really get a foothold of this match. It's one of those where I'm kind of thinking in my head, just bring the rule back in. Do you know what I mean? This game would have gone all the way, which is a shame indeed, but what a game this has been. Absolutely fantastic. Absolutely fantastic indeed. Joyce currently at 302, Sedlacek at 247, not 147. And both players really need to focus because they're not getting good scores at all right now. And he needs a big score, Joyce. At 302, gets an 18. Gets a treble 18, needs another one. And he gets a treble 20. That's a big 2 final darts at the treble to put him down to a 170, which means he can check out. And what a way this would be to take this to a deciding leg if he can get a big fish at 170. Only 65 from Sedlacek. Which means a chance here for Ryan Joyce at the big fish. Gets a treble 20. Only gets a 20. And in the end, he gets a treble 18, which does put pressure on Sedlacek with Joyce at 36. And Sedlacek here needs to check out 128. Gets the treble 18. Now needs treble 14. Got to compose himself here. And I think he's gone for another treble 18. But ultimately gets an 18 and he won't be able to check out. Which means Ryan Joyce here needs a double 18 to take this to a deciding leg. Double 18 required from Joyce. He's hit 18, which means double 9. And he gets the double 9. Brilliant there from Ryan Joyce. And we're going all the way to a deciding leg. And both players who've been fantastic in this game. We knew it was going to go all the way, and it is indeed, and it's the deciding leg for who's going to face Krzysztof Ratajski in the second round. What a game this has been. What a fantastic start to day number 2 in the World Darts Championship. What a game indeed. Both players just not able to break each other down throughout the entire match, and, well, ultimately, just bring back the fucking sudden death rule, because this game would have gone on for ages if they'd have continued. We'd have gone all the way in that game. Both players averaging 93 right now. Sedlacek with 100 to start. Joyce with a 140 after his first 3. But Joyce only gets 58 after his 4th, 5th and 6th starts. And Sedlacek now, double 20 and a 20. And gets another 140 in this game, which puts him down to 261. What can Joyce here do? Currently on 303 after 6 starts. Gets 2 19s. Only gets 3 19s. It's not going to be enough here. And Sedlacek has a real opportunity if he can get a few trebles here to take a foothold of this final game. And he gets a double 20. Sorry, treble 20. And he gets himself 100 to put him down at 161. And a good chance at a finish. Joyce currently on 246. Gets a treble 20 and a 20. And gets another treble 20. And, well, he's just not giving up in this game. He's down at 106. Sedlacek at 161. He's not going to be able to check out, which means Joyce here at a 106 has a chance to check out and steal the game from Sedlacek. Sedlacek is down at 66, by the way. But chance here for Joyce at 106. Gets the treble 20. He needs 14, double 16. Just takes a moment to compose himself. Joyce. Oh, he gets 11! Oh, it's a costly moment for Joyce. And he's going to give a chance here for Sedlacek to take out the 66. What a game. Treble 10, double 18. 66 for Sedlacek. Needed. Gets a 10. Gets a 16. Goes for tops! And he's missed it! Oh, big chance. And now Ryan Joyce has another chance at the 106. Can he do it? He gets the 20. Needs treble 18. He doesn't get the treble 18. And it's another chance for Sedlacek. This time at the double 10. What a game this has been. What a game this has been. Relentless drama in this match. My lord. 3 match darts at double 10 for Sedlacek. Misses the first dart. Misses the second dart. Real chance here. And he's missed the third dart. Sedlacek has let Joyce off. And he's got a chance at a double 7 to win the game. Ryan Joyce. And he gets the double 7 first time. And Sedlacek, who had the chance to win the game on a double 10, has lost it. And Ryan Joyce takes the game 3 sets to 2 against Ryan Sedlacek. What a game this was. Unbelievable game. Full of drama, full of emotions. But in the end, it's Joyce who takes the victory. And Sedlacek goes home empty-handed. And it's Karel Sedlacek, not Ryan Sedlacek. What a game that was indeed. And Ryan Joyce wins 3 sets to 2. What a game. What a game to start us off. Unbelievable match between Ryan Joyce and Karel Sedlacek in what will certainly be, no doubt, one of the most enjoyable games at the end of the World Darts Championship. That was an absolute thriller of a match, and it's a real shame because ultimately, I think had the sudden death rule been in play there, we could have quite easily seen this game go on for much longer. But in the end, it's Ryan Joyce who comes out on top in such a fantastic match. I mean, you've got to say, Joyce there was very lucky at points, and I'm not saying lucky in terms of his darts, just Sedlacek, he had the chance to check out on a double 10 and he missed, and the first 2 darts that he hit at the double 10 were really poor. They weren't even good markers for him to be able to try and hit it at that double 10, and ultimately in the end, Ryan Joyce there kept his composure at the end to check out on that double 7, hit it first time. It was a fantastic end to the game, and what a match it was. A real good PDC World Darts Championship thriller to start us off with the afternoon fixtures, of course. These are in day number 2. What a game indeed. And do you know what? You have to give credit there to Ryan Joyce for continuing on in this game and really proving that he can go through and really be a potential menace to Krzysztof Ratajski, who will be facing in the next round. And you've got to say, for the majority of the game, Karel Sedlacek was the better player, but he kept in that game and did really well. Neither player looked bad. Neither player had a real awful spell. There was kind of towards the end of the game where both players looked incredibly nervous, which is what you'd expect in a game like this. The nerves to kick in and the pressure to be on. And both players, they gave it their all. Ryan Joyce doing very well indeed to stay in the match at points where Sedlacek was steamrolling along, but ultimately, Sedlacek, I wouldn't say bottled it under the pressure, just he felt the pressure get to him, and ultimately in the end it's cost him, and Ryan Joyce goes through to play Krzysztof Ratajski, and that game, I believe, is coming up in a few days' time. In fact, that match against Krzysztof Ratajski is on December the 21st, and it's the first game that day from 6 o'clock. So, of course, it'd be very good to see that game on December the 21st at 6. So that's Krzysztof Ratajski taking on Ryan Joyce in that next game in a few days' time in the second round, of course. But fair play to Sedlacek there. Did very well indeed. Tried his best, but ultimately, you can try your best, but it doesn't mean nothing if you're knocked out of the tournament. What a game. What a game indeed. And oh well, we're back at the Ali Pally. Oh, there we go. I don't know what happened there. Bit strange. Just showed us what was going on in the studio. But either way, what a brilliant match to start us off. Chris saying Joyce, one lucky man there to get away with it. Andy saying Sedlacek goes home with BFH. And what a game that was. What a game. Such a good match overall. And ultimately there, it was just one of those games where... How did he not win, Sedlacek? Mad. Absolutely mad. But let's go on to our next game now. As I said, we've got more games to come. That was only game number 1, and it's taken us about an hour to get through that game. It really did go all the way. But let's go over to that next game, which is going to be Smith taking on Evans. Let me quickly change up the scoreboard here. There we go. Completely fresh, completely new. And I will take Joyce versus Sedlacek off. So we're moving on to the next game. 2 British players now coming up against each other. David Evans and Ross Smith coming up in this game. And let's take a kind of a quick talk about Ross Smith, the darts player, of course. So far, he's currently ranked in the world 42nd, only 31 years of age, nicknamed the Smudger, or Smudger, technically. And it comes out to one of the best songs that you could have as a walk-on song, and that's Tub Thumping by Chumbawamba. What a song that is. In terms of his stature in the tournament, he's made the last 64 twice in the PDC World Darts Championship. The last time he made the last 64 was in 2019, but he did make the last 16 of the Player Championships finals, which of course wasn't too long ago. In fact, he did very well in that competition indeed, eventually before being knocked out by... Who was he knocked out by in the end? I can't remember who it was who knocked him out. Let me have a look. I'm going to try and find it here. He was knocked out by Damon Heta, 10-7. Really good game that was, actually, from what I remember. And of course, yeah, it will also be David Evans who will be coming up against. With David Evans, probably going to be under the cosh a little bit here. Currently ranked 137th in the world. In terms of his best performance at the PDC World Darts Championship, in fact, I believe this is... Oh no, sorry. He got to the BDO World Darts Championship in 2020. This is his first PDC tournament, so it'll be interesting to see how he does, of course, originally in the BDO. But I know, of course, Bus Fair Home. Not sure if you ever watched Bullseye. You know Bus Fair Home. If you did, Jimbo and legend. Well, I'll tell you what, and he's certainly more than a bus fare home right now. I think he'll need a lot of support after that. He'll be thinking in his head, of course, how has he not hit the double 10 in the end there? But what a game that was. Two really good players going at it all the way. But yeah, it's going to be a very good game indeed, this one. I think Smith will go on and win this, if I'm being honest with you. I think, is it going to be a tough game? Of course, every game is going to be a little bit tough at points, even if, players do win it 3-0, they're still going to have little moments where things are going to be tough and testing. But ultimately, in the end, I think here that Smith should come out with something in this game. David Evans probably maybe might get a set on the board. I'll say 3-1, but I'm thinking 3-0 more than anything. But, I mean, as what Andy perfectly said earlier, any of these games could quite easily end with none of them finishing 3-0. And, well, we saw with that first game, of course, it ended 3-2. So it'd be very interesting, of course, to see what goes on in this second game. But, yeah, I will be back in a quick second, and then we will get underway with that second game, which is Smith versus Evans. Just be back in a little moment. There we go, we're back. Sorry about that, just need to quickly sort something out there. So we've got our next game coming up in a second. Of course, Smith taking on Evans. As Chris has perfectly put in the chat, the winner of this game is going to be taking on the special one, Jose de Souza, which is not going to be an easy task, whoever comes up against him. But ultimately, as I said before, I think with this game, Ross Smith will win 3-1. If you're new to stream, as always, do leave a like and subscription. I know we've had another subscriber who's subbed, so thank you very much indeed. Very, very greatly appreciated for subbing to the channel. But let's get into this second game as both players are about to come out onto the oche. Nescafe Gold Blend time. You need it. I mean, I'm drinking gin. We started early today. I mean, it's never too early to start with a nice bottle of gin. It's only 1 o'clock, but well, why not? Fuck it. Do you know what I mean? Why not? It's never early enough in the day, is it, to start drinking? But I've got to say, the atmosphere last night at the darts was fantastic. To see 1,000 fans there was brilliant indeed. It's a real shame, of course, that we won't potentially see fans now for another 2 weeks, which means the next time we'll see fans potentially, from when I look at the calendar, would be the 4th round, which isn't bad because that does potentially mean we could see obviously the quarterfinals, the semi-finals, and the finals live, which would be fantastic to see indeed. But hopefully, and I doubt it, to be honest with you, I highly doubt it, but hopefully we can get fans in back by that point, because it would be nice to be able to get fans back in. And to be honest, if there was a chance, I'd probably try and go to at least one of them. But both players out onto the oche here. Ross Smith taking on David Evans, and this is going to be an all-English battle, this one. As I said before, I think Smith will win this 3-1 over Evans. The question is, what do you think yourself? Do put in the chat below. It should be a very good game, this one. We had a fantastic, dramatic match a moment ago between Joyce and Sedlacek. Are we going to see something similar here? We'll find out as the game is about to get underway between Smith and Evans, as he currently stands. Should be a good game indeed. What I'm going to very quickly do here is just update the overlay. Give me 2 seconds. So I can just have the score on the screen of what happened. So let me just quickly change that. And I think you should update on your screen now. There we go. So you can actually see now the actual score of the other game. Let me just very quickly move this up. There we go. And let me go back to the scoreboard. So there we go. We're now underway. You can actually see on the screen now what happened in the other game. Of course, fantastic match between Joyce and Sedlacek. But we are now underway with another round 1 fixture as Ross Smith takes on David Evans. Of course, once again, a very similar matchup in terms of how Joyce and Sedlacek was. Ross Smith lower down, quite actually low down in the rankings in terms of he's around the 30s, 30 marks of the rankings. I think it was 35th or 36 in the rankings. Ross Smith doing very well indeed. David Evans, of course, a little bit higher in the rankings, up around the 120 mark. So he has got a real tough task on his hands. But we are underway in this all-English affair between Ross Smith and David Evans, and a 99 start there for David Evans. Not a bad start indeed. The question is, are we going to see any 180s? Because we've seen a real lack of them so far. And it would be nice to see a few of them. Russ Bray is the referee. Good to see Russ Bray as always. Of course, they've got that fantastic 180. Can't do it. It's a nightmare, honestly. He must, as Chris said yesterday, his voice must break. God knows how much. Unbelievable. But he's got such a deep voice. That's the thing. He's got such a deep voice. It's impressive. But Ross Smith here. Currently down at 408. David Evans at 357 after his first 6 starts. As for Ross Smith, down at 308 after his first 6 starts. And I mean, looking at the way that David Evans plays, he's got quite a quick throw on him, hasn't he, to be honest? Not a quick throw in terms of how quick he's throwing them, but it's just the pace of the dart. It's incredibly powerful compared to other players. As to Ross Smith, kind of got a regular throw in terms of the timing of it. And he gets himself down, Ross Smith, to 210. David Evans at 314. But, yeah, I can see Andy Humphrey with the Nescafe Gold. I think I would get coffee, but the gin's giving me a bit of hype here, so. You'd think this is a coffee in here. It certainly isn't. It's alcohol. Should get another. Actually, refill that soon. Might be a very long day indeed. But after 12 darts, I believe, Ross Smith got himself down to 78. As for David Evans, currently at 254. He's going to have to really get a treble here if he wants to keep his cards close against Ross Smith, and only gets a 60 to put him down at 194. So he's going to get at least 6 darts here at 78. Gets the treble 18. Now needs a double 6 after hitting the 12 to take the first leg of the game. And well, he doesn't get it in the end there, but of course with David Evans at 194, he's going to get at least another 3 darts at it. But Evans here gets a treble 20 and a 20. Needs another one. And he gets a treble 18, which gives him 134 to put him down to a score of 60. So the pressure is on Ross Smith here to check out the double 6. Poor first start. Nowhere near it. But that second dart is much better. He gets that first leg on the board. And a very comfortable first leg there for Ross Smith. Wasn't really tested there by David Evans, but Ross Smith will not care one bit. He's got that first leg on the board, and it certainly puts him under a little bit less pressure there. Good effort. I try my best. I try my best. I do try my best indeed, but honestly, Chris has put, don't rule out the players who get affected by crowd. Make a run at the world, for example, Mervyn King. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I mean, as I said, for some players, this kind of atmosphere will suit them better. They haven't got, the crowd against them and things like that. So players like Mervyn King could do quite well in this. But players like Going Price, for example, I think players like him will have now got used to the fact there's no crowd. But other players that tend to get the crowd involved and things like that, and maybe not played as many tournaments on a PDC level, will certainly feel the change. But good chance here for David Evans to get the first 180 of the game. Sorry, Ross Smith for the first 180. 180 from Russ Bray there, of course. It wasn't Russ Bray who got the 180. It was Ross Smith who got the 180, which puts him down to 168. David Evans here, though, with a 140. That puts him down to 100, which means Smith here cannot check out. Which means this leg is in the hands of David Evans. Honestly, love Russ Bray. Just an iconic voice, but good 140 there from Ross Smith means David Evans is going to have to try and check out this 100. Gets the treble 20, which means he now needs the double 20. Gets the 20 means he needs double 10 for the leg on the board. And he hasn't got it. which means Ross Smith here has a very good chance to get 2 legs on the board. He needs double 14, and he gets the double 14, which puts him 2 legs up in this first set. And although Evans improved there, Ross Smith looking very comfortable in this first set to take a lead. Of course, he's already in the lead right now, but to take a set lead at the very least. But David Evans here starting with a 1-4-4. Ross Smith here on course for another 180. Is he going to get it? Oh, yes he is. 180 there for Smith. Puts him down to 3-2-1. He's on for a 9-darter. If only we could see a 9-darter at the start of this tournament. Ever replies with a 1-3-4 to put him down to 2-3-3. While Smith only hits the 20, he's ruined our chances of a potential 9-darter chance. Boo, we don't want to see that. But he does get 140. Good leg here from both the players. Ross Smith down at 181 after 6 darts. David Evans down at 233 after 6 darts. Very good indeed from both players right now. Ross Smith here at 181. Gets himself a 20. And another 20. Needs to get himself a treble here to really put the pressure on David Evans, who can't check out himself. But it would put him down to 81, and he doesn't in the end. Only gets a 60, which leaves him down at 121. David Evans here, of course, can't check out at a 174, but he can put pressure on Smith. He gets a treble 20, gets another treble 20. And he gets 11. Gets 131 there, puts him down to 43, which means here Smith is going to have to try and check out the 121. Needs a treble 17 and bull. Only gets the 17, which means he won't be able to check out. Which means David Evans here on a 43, you would assume he'll go free and tops to try and get the first leg of the game on the board for him. He's actually going to go for double 16. Misses the first one. And only gets 16 on the second one, which means here Smith, with a potential chance to get the first set of this game, checking out on a 64, gets a 16. Gets another 16, which means he needs a double 16 to take the first set of the game. And he only gets another 16, which means 48 will put him down to 16. Both players requiring double 8, and Evans has a chance here to get a leg on the board. Double 8 required. And he does not miss this time, Evans. He gets a leg on the board. 2-1 in this first set. That will give Evans a little bit of confidence here that he can try and steal this first set away from Smith. Good start to this game indeed. Chris has put in the chat, both players former quarterfinalists at the BDO World Championship. Evans in 2020, Smith back in 2011. It's mad, isn't it, with the BDO? It's a shame it's gone down the pan. It's a real shame, especially for a lot of the older players as well. Like we said yesterday, the players that probably wouldn't be able to compete against a lot of the guys in the PDC. It's a real shame that the BDO completely collapsed. But to be honest, with the BDO collapsing before COVID, do you think it would have lasted much longer with COVID in play? But Evans here on for 180. Gets a 140 and puts himself down to 224 after 6 starts. Impressive start here from Evans. 268 for Ross Smith. This is going to be an interesting game here if Smith doesn't get a treble, and he doesn't. Only gets 58 to his name, which puts him down to 210. Gives Evans a real chance here to push forward. He gets another treble 20. And another one. He's on for a 180 here. And he gets another 140. Very good scores here from Evans. Got a chance here potentially to really put pressure on Smith in that final leg. If it goes to it, of course. He's down to 84. Smith at 210. Needs to get a 140 here. He's got a treble 20 and a double. He's going to try and get that treble. And he gets himself 96, which means 84 required for Evans. Gets a 20. Under some real pressure here. Gets a 14, which means he needs bullseye. And he gets the outer ball. Very unlucky there, but he should potentially have another chance here with the 25 with Smith on a 1-1-2. Gets the treble 20. Needs a 20 now, which he gets. He now needs the double 16 for an impressive 1-1-2 checkout. Oh yes! What a checkout for the first set of the game. A fantastic 112 checkout from Ross Smith means he takes the first set of the game. It's 1 set to Smith, none to Evans. And there we go. That's the first set of the game done between Smith and Evans. And, well, not the pressurising situation we had, of course, with the previous game between Joyce and Sedlacek. But Smith there looking very comfortable in that game so far. David Evans with a few decent little opportunities in the match to prove himself. Got a few decent 140s on the board. Had a few little chances here and there. But ultimately, Smith in the end looking the better player so far. Gets a set to his name. As for Evans, of course, got some work to do, I think, if he wants to try and get a set on the board. But he's not looked bad so far. He's looked all right. He doesn't have a lot to do to improve. He just needs to try and keep getting some tons and some 140s, keep up with Smith, because, of course, we've seen Smith hit a few 180s so far, which is always nice to see. But ultimately, not a bad game so far. Smith leads by a set to 0. As I said, I think he might get one set on the board here, Evans, but I think it'll be a 3-1 win for Smith in the end. But looking at the chat right now, I mean, both players averaging 99. It's not a bad start at all. That's the thing. That's the mad thing. Both players averaging 99, yet Evans still has work to do. It's mad, isn't it? But if he can keep playing the way he is and keep that consistency of averaging around 99, surely Smith can't keep doing the same. Vice versa as well for Smith. If he keeps averaging 99, will Evans eventually drop off? You would expect so. I mean, Chris said BDO had problems before COVID. Wayne Ron, who won the tournament, didn't get prize money for it. I remember hearing about that, but I kind of think in a way, if BDO tried to continue on, and let's say that they didn't have money issues at that point, I think it would have probably collapsed anyway because of COVID. But ultimately, in the end, it's a real shame with BDO, and it was nice to see a few of the BDO players at the Boyle Sports. Wayne Warren, of course, going there, and it was a shame for him because I guess obviously with the BDO players, the standard of the PDC is so big right now. I think for a lot of the BDO ones, it's very hard to get into it. But ultimately, at the end of the day, it was nice to see a few of them, and hopefully we'll see a few more as well because we've got a few former BDO players of the past in this competition. But of course, the BDO kind of collapsing is a real shame indeed. But in terms of this current game right now, Smith 1 set up to 0 against Evans. Both players averaging 99 as it currently stands on the board. If you're new to stream, as always, do leave a like and a subscription. It is very, very greatly appreciated. As always, as we push towards 1,350 subscribers, there is plenty more sporting content to come on this channel. And it's not just darting content as well. We do a lot of sporting stuff on here. For example, we do live football watch-alongs of some of the very best games across European football and the Premier League. We do live draws as well in terms of the Champions League and the Europa League and the FA Cup, competitions like that. We've got NFL watch-alongs coming next year with Kieran, Allen and Will, and no doubt the other boys will get involved as well, so we'll have a lot of NFL content too. Of course, as well, we've got F1 watch-alongs, which Rowan does. That'll be back next year, of course, in 2021, as well as the Wrestling Corner, which is the wrestling podcast that we have. So if you're a fan of wrestling, then well worth checking that out on a Tuesday morning. But as for now, we are back here at the darts as it currently stands. Ross Smith 1 set up to 0 against David Evans, and don't you worry, with the way that these darts watch-alongs have been going so far, there's been plenty of people in here. It's very likely we'll be doing plenty more darts watch-alongs next year with some of the bigger competitions like the Premier League of Darts, hopefully. That'd be nice to do. But seeing that, it's a shame for the likes of Martin Adams, Tony O'Shea, Ted Hankey. It is. It really is, because as we said before, the older players in the competition would struggle in the PDC. And it's a shame for them because the BDO is the perfect place for them to be able to show their talents. And ultimately, in the end, they're not going to be able to do that anymore. And hopefully, some new form of association comes up in the future. But we're starting off here, potentially. Ross Smith with a 180. He's going to get 140 in his first 3 darts of this second set, first leg. Good start there for him in this game. Let me just quickly get rid of that. There we go. But as we said right now, Ross Smith averaging 101, David Evans averaging 96. It's a very good game so far. Both players really showing the best of what they can do. And it proves, as we said before, the World Darts Championship, it brings out the very best in players. And it's been a really, really good game to watch. A really good day to watch so far, of course, with what we've had. 2 very good games so far. But he's got a really powerful throw, David Evans. A really powerful throw, and he's very tall as well, actually, looking at him. I'd be interested to see how tall he is. Because comparing to Ross Smith, they're both quite tall players, to be honest. So it's mad. I mean, I'm going to guess here David Evans is about 6'1", 6'2", but talking about David Evans, he might be on for a 180 here in his 6th set of darts! And he is indeed. Brilliant indeed there from David Evans. That's the third 180 of the match, the first for David Evans, and he gets a 180 on the board to leave himself 203. As for Ross Smith, he's keeping the pressure on. Gets a 140 there, which puts him down to 17. Evans here needs to try and get a 140 of his own. He gets a treble 20. Gets another treble 20. He's not going to go for 180. But he will match it up with a 125, which means Smith down at 70. David Evans down at 80. Smith gets the treble 18. He needs the double 8 to get the first leg of the second set. And he doesn't. He's bust. Well, very poor there from Ross Smith. He's bust his 70, which means Evans here has a fantastic chance of trying to check out his 80. He's got a 20. Gets another 20, which means he needs to get tops. David Evans to break the throw, and he does indeed. That is a massive leg for David Evans on the board here, and well, there was a chance there for Ross Smith to check out the 70. He busted his score. He gave the chance there to David Evans, and in the end, he gets a leg to his name on the board and breaks the throw of Ross Smith. Got a real chance here to try and take a foothold of this second set. And David Evans starts off there with 100 to leave himself down at 401. Both players averaging a very high 90 right now, and it's been a really good game to watch so far. 140 though for Ross Smith at his first 3 darts. Puts pressure on Evans even more here, and his first dart at a treble 1 means he will only get 43 in the end. Very poor score there from David Evans, and it does give an opportunity here for Ross Smith to maybe just get a foothold of this leg. He starts off with a treble 20. Could this be a 7th 140? He does indeed. That's Ross Smith's 7th 140 of the game. He's confident on his 140 so far. As for David Evans, treble 20. Gets another one. Could be a chance here for the 180. Oh yes! 180 for David Evans. Put the pressure on Ross Smith. Evans down at 178. Ross Smith down at 221. Good game so far. Andy says Wainwright only got 23k out of 100k. Absolute disgrace, but he refused to give the trophy back. Can't blame him. I can't blame him for that. Why would you give the trophy back? 23k instead of 100 is ridiculous. There could be a chance here for another 180 from Evans. Sorry, there won't be because he's down at 178. He does get 125 in the end. 124, sorry, to leave himself at 54. Smith down at 81 here. Gets 15. Gets treble 16. Needs double 9 for an 81 checkout. And it's a very good checkout there, which means 1 leg apiece in this second set. Very good checkout there from Ross Smith. And you can see both players really getting into this game now. The confidence is building in the players, and overall as well, they're starting to bring out a bit of the passion as well, which is what we love to see at the Ali Pali, of course, on the Oki. Really good game so far, but to only get 23 grand out of 100k is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. But Evans here, with his first 2 darts, has got treble 20s, and it's a 180 fest right now. Brilliant there with the 180s, and Rusbray is not... Stop saying 180. There we go, we got it in the end there. 180 there for David Evans. He's on for the 9-darter. Well, I don't know why Rusbray there did not want to say 180 for me, but fantastic there from David Evans. He's down at 3-2-1. He gets another treble 20. And he only gets a 20 this time, and boo! He does get a 140 in the end though, which means after 6 darts he's down at 181. Fantastic start here for David Evans. As for Ross Smith, he's all the way at 377, which means Evans will have at least 6 darts to try and check out. Ross Smith gets 135 to leave himself 242. Evans here gets himself treble 20. Gets the 20. And gets the bullseye. For 130 means he's down to 51. Ross Smith at 242. Depending on the score here, we might get 6 darts at the 51. Oh, and he definitely will do, because there's a 20 and a 1 there from Ross Smith. He needs to get a treble here, which he does. Which means Ross Smith down to 161. He's got plenty of chances here at the 51. He's hit the treble 19. He's busted his score at 51. Really poor there, and it might give Ross Smith an opportunity to get back in this game. Well, That's mad, that. Busting the 51 on the treble 19. Which means Ross Smith here at 161 gets the treble 20. Now needs the treble 17. He gets the treble 17. Ball for an incredible 161 checkout. Oh! Gets the outer ball, and what a chance that would have been to check out after David Evans had bust on the 51. Which means now David Evans has a chance again on that 51. Gets the 19 this time. Needs the double 16. Needs to make sure he gets it this time with his final dart. And he doesn't. Which means Ross Smith here on a 25 has a chance to steal the leg away from David Evans. 9 and double 8. He gets the 9. Means double 8 here for Ross Smith. And he gets it. And he stole the leg away from David Evans. And he will be furious with himself after busting that 51 on a treble 19. And Ross Smith will be delighted that he's been able to take that leg. But the important thing for Evans here is he needs to make sure that he doesn't let that mistake get to his head. He was playing fantastic before that, and ultimately he does not want to let that get to him, or else it could be a clean sweep for Ross Smith in this game. He only starts off, Evans, with a 41 after his first 3 darts. And Ross Smith only starts with a 57 after 3 darts, which lets off David Evans a little bit there, and ultimately he needs to get back into his mojo here, because he's only hit 2 20s. And he's only hit 60, letting Smith off there. A little bit of nerves from both the players right now. And you can see right now the frustration still with David Evans after that busting on a 51. And he's got to try here and get the leg on the board, because, of course, if he doesn't, Ross Smith will be going 2 sets down. He's got an even more impossible task on his hands. 400 currently for Evans, 402 for Smith, and still shaking his head. And in the end there, he gets 97 to put himself down to 303 after 9 darts. Ross Smith just having a little bit of a poor patch of play here. But he does, in the end there, get himself 140, which certainly puts him right back in the game. And that is certainly going to put pressure on David Evans. The chance here, potentially. Gets 139. Good score there from David Evans to match up with Ross Smith's 140 a moment ago. Which means David Evans down at 164. Smith at 262. Pressure still on here. So Evans on 164. Gets the treble 20. Now needs treble 18. Goes for the 20 instead. Which means he's going to check. He's going to set himself up there with a 64. With Ross Smith on a 204, he will definitely get at least 3 darts to take it to a deciding leg for that second set. 135 there from Smith means he's down to 69, which means he's going to have to get the score here. Gets the treble 16, needs double 8, and he gets the double 8. That is a big dart there from David Evans, and it means that the second leg will go down to that final leg to decide who wins it. He really needs this set on the board, David Evans, or else Smith will be 2 sets up and it'll be a long way behind in this game. Smith starts off with a 134. As for David Evans, he gets 100, which is not a bad start, but certainly puts pressure on Evans to go out there and get a better double in a few moments, or a treble at the least, because Smith here gets a double 20. Gets another 20 on the board, could go for the treble 19 here, which he does, but only gets 99 in the end. David Evans here gets the treble 5, not the dart that he wanted to hit. Does get the treble 20, which he wanted in the end. He might get another one here, which he does. And he makes up for that first mistake on the original dart with a 135, leaving him down at 266. Smith here at 268. It's a tight leg, of course, as you would expect for that deciding set. Well, not deciding set, but second set, which could be a potential decider. I'd love to play Eric Bristow, absolute legend, used to get underplayer skins, God rest his soul. He was honestly a madman at times. Some of the stuff he did to players, walk into the players' room and say, what you lot doing here, you might as well book your taxis now and stuff like that. Jesus Christ. And he put little paper notes under his opponent's hotel doors and say he lost already. Fucking hell. But do you know what? To have the audacity to do that is fantastic. Do you know what I mean? Imagine doing that these days. There'd be a few players in the darts world that would cry over that. You wouldn't be able to do it these days, would you? A few players will be frustrated with it. So Ross Smith here, down at 70. He busted the game. He busted the 70 earlier on in this game. Of course, Evans at 164. He's at 70. Ross Smith, he needs checking out. Gets the 18. Gets the 20, which means he needs double 16 to take the second set of the game. And he only gets 16, which means here, David Evans has a decent chance to try and check out that 164 and get an equalising set on the board here. Only gets a 19. And he won't be able to check out, which means double 8 here for Ross Smith will give Smith the second set of this game and put him all in control of this match. Double 8 required. It's a massive leg. Gets the 8, which means he needs double 4. And he gets the double 4, and that is a big leg indeed, and a big set because it puts Smith 2 sets up. And well, David Evans, he had plenty of chances in this game to try and get a set to his name, and he will look back and he will be frustrated at the fact that he didn't get that 59 after busting it on a treble 19. But ultimately in the end there, Smith looking confident, ploughing on in this game, and it looks like he could be on to win this with a clean sweep. 2 sets to Smith. Evans has some work to do. And that is the second set of the game between Smith and Evans completed. And as you can see right now, as it currently stands, Smith 2 sets up to the good against Evans. And the one thing here that Evans needs to make sure that he doesn't do is crumble now under the pressure. The fact that he missed, the fact that he bust the 59 earlier will certainly be something that's lingering in his head. And I think at the end of the day, what he needs to do in this situation is just take a step back while in this break, compose himself a little bit, keep calm, and don't let that 59 bust take control of his head. Because we saw there, when he missed it, a few kind of throws afterwards, he was still shaking his head, he was still frustrated. And we know with plays in darts that it can really linger on the mind with certain moments where things happen that could cost them the game easily. He needs to make sure in this game that he doesn't take control of his head. Because ultimately in that second set, he looked really good. You know, it was 2 legs apiece. He looked all right against Smith. It was, 5 very tight legs at the very least for the majority of it. And he looked good. As for Smith, well, he's doing everything he needs to right now. He's been playing absolutely fantastically well. Looks comfortable, looks calm, looks composed on stage, getting the right scores he needs. He's had a very good start to this match. And ultimately, at the end of the day, he needs to just keep going the way he is, because he will know that in Evans' head, he will be very annoyed with the situation that's happened, the fact that he's busted his score. But ultimately, Smith just needs to keep rolling on right now, because he's doing fantastically well indeed. Look at the chat right now. Bristol would have loved the Price Anderson Grand Slam final. He bloody would have. He'd have joined in with the arguments, wouldn't he? If I played Bristol with what he did on stage, I would try my best to ignore him with the antics he did. Honestly, I'd like to see Bristol against Mervyn King. How about that for a setup? Unbelievable game that'd be. If you can get Eric Bristow rifling up Mervyn King, that would be fantastic. But we've got a few more games coming up. As I said, if you're new to streams, always do leave a like and a subscription. It is fantastically, it's greatly appreciated, of course, with these fantastic watch-alongs that I've been doing so far. We've had plenty of new subscribers, so thank you so much for all of you that have subscribed. We're only 14 subscribers away from 1,350 subs, so if you haven't subbed yet, then I highly recommend doing so. It'd be lovely to try and hit 1,400 subs before the end of the year. But the game's going to be back underway in a moment. There's still some more games to come today. Of course, we're pretty much above halfway through this match between Ross Smith and David Evans. Straight after this, we've got William O'Connor. He'll be facing off against Neil Zonneveld in that round 1 fixture. And then what I'm really looking forward to, the second round 2 match of the tournament so far, Chris Dobey taking on the, well, I wouldn't say veteran, but the experienced Canadian, that is Jeff Smith. And then, of course, tonight from 6 o'clock, we've got the evening session as well, the first Kind of full day of action, isn't it, really, at the World Darts Championship. 4 other games coming up tonight. Max Hopp, he's going to be taking on Gordon Mathers in a round 1 fixture. Callum Rides taking on James Bailey. Adam Hunt taking on Lisa Ashton. That's going to be a fantastic game to watch. And then a really good match is going to be between Glenn Durrant and Diogo Portela in the second round. That will be tonight. Be live from about 6 o'clock, maybe a little later, knowing that these kind of games don't start till 6:15. I might start at like 6:10 and just make sure that I don't have to sit here and pan out 15-20 minutes of time, and it gives me more time to eat, because one thing I won't be doing is eating on stream tonight. But what we might have here is a chance at 180 to start off, and we do indeed 180 to start off for Ross Smith in this first set. Fantastic start for Ross Smith there. He's on for a potential 9-darter here. We'd love to see a 9-darter attempt, and he starts off with a 20. Boo! He's ruined it. But he will get, in the end, a very decent 100, which means he's down to 2-2-1 after 6 darts. David Evans at 3-4-6 here, gets a 20. Gets a treble 20. And gets 100 himself. Puts himself down to 2-4-6 after 3 darts. It's a very good game, this one. Both players not looking bad at all. Really looking confident on stage. And both, once again, having very good averages in this match so far. Both still lingering around the mid-90s in this game. Only 60 there from Evans means that at 1-6-1 he can check out. But Evans has a great chance here, if he can hit a treble, to put pressure on Smith. He gets a treble 19. And in the end there, gets 96 to put himself down to 150, which means Smith here at a 1-6-1. Going to get a 20, which means he won't be able to check out, but can leave himself with a decent score here. Gets 95, which means he will have a checkout of 66. But can we have a checkout here from David Evans 150? He gets a treble 19, then gets a 19, which means he won't be able to check out either. Give you the chance here to Ross Smith to check out on that 66. Could be a big leg here for Ross Smith. Gets a 10. Gets a 16, which means he needs tops for the first leg. And he doesn't, which means a chance here for David Evans to hit the 60. 20 and double 20 needed. Gets the 20. It's a really high dart. That's going to be awkward for him to be able to get it. First dart of the double 20 is a little bit too high. Second dart a little bit too high as well, which means Ross Smith here on a 40 has a chance to hit the tops as well and take the first leg away from David Evans again, which he does. And that is a big first leg of the third set for Ross Smith. And you can see here Evans not imploding in the background, but you can really see the stress that is starting to build on him. It's another leg that he should have realistically won, but ultimately there Ross Smith takes the first leg of this third set. And Evans is just, I wouldn't say crumbling under the pressure, just really letting those early moments of the game linger in his head. And that 59 really could come back to bite him here when he busted it earlier on in that second set. He's starting to crumble a little bit. Both players down at 4-4-2 after their first 3 darts. We're going to refill on the gin. Give me 2 seconds here. It's been a very good tournament so far. Really enjoyed it. We've got so much more still to come. That's the great thing. Put that. This might be a little bit too much, but it'll be all right. So Ross Smith down at 385. David Evans down at 349. Chris put in the chat, Bristow versus Price. Imagine Prime Bristow would get under anyone's skin. I think it would be a great game actually. It's a shame, isn't it? Bristow versus Gerwin Price would be an absolute match and a half, because you know that Gerwin Price would be the type of person to try and get under Bristow's skin. But ultimately as well, I think Bristow would do the same to Gerwin Price. It's a real shame. Both players would be at each other, that's for sure. But so far, Ross Smith down at 290 in the second leg of the third set. David Evans down at 249. And oh my god, there's way too much gin in that. Jesus Christ, I might leave that to the side. I'm not gonna lie, that is a lot of gin. Fucking hell. So David Evans here down to 109. Ross Smith at 250. Gonna have to put some pressure on David Evans here. He gets 2 double 20s. Needs another one. Still 140. Not a bad score at all. Which means here David Evans on a 109 has a good chance here to try and check out. Neither that treble 19 doesn't get it in the end, which means he's not going to be able to check out. Ross Smith at 110 might have a good chance here. He needs treble 2018, double 16. Gets an 18. And he doesn't get the treble, which means that David Evans has a chance here to check out that 52, 20, double 16. Will give Evans a chance to equalise with the legs in this third set. Goes 12, then goes tops. Needs double 10 now. And he doesn't get the double 10, and he's just not able to finish right now, David Evans. He's really struggling with his finishing, and Ross Smith here, with a 12, can check out a double 6 and take another leg away from David Evans. Misses the first one. Misses the second one, but two very good markers here for Evans to steal another leg away from Smith, sorry. Evans. What bloody am I talking about? And he's missed it, which means Evans, which is the name I wanted to say originally, does get another chance here to check out the 10 on the double 5. I remember what happened with that with Peter Manley, which means double 5 here for Evans. Misses the first one, but gets the second one, and that could be a big dart there for Evans. He gets the double that he needs, and he's been very poor on his finishing so far, but he gets that double 5, and that might be a chance for him to just start believing again in himself. Because he's not been enjoying the last 10 minutes, you could quite easily say, but now he can just relax a little bit more and calm down slightly. He's chasing, of course, against Smith here, who's currently 2 sets and 1 leg up. He's got to really just kind of not calm down, because he's always chasing Smith in this game, but just believe in himself a little bit, because he's shaking the head, he's clapping his hands, he just needs to make sure he's calm here. And because we've easily seen here about 4 or 5 legs that Smith has been able to take away from Evans because of his poor finishing or his busted score. He's got to keep calm. And ultimately here, after 6 starts, Evans is down at 327, Smith down at 301. I mean, I just put AD was young back then. I remember that. Manny in the background saying, giving it large, ain't you, lol. Well, I'll tell you what. To be fair, AD's had a few of his moments as well, hasn't he, in the past? Well, it's an interesting one, actually, with Adrian Lewis. Do you think he'll do anything in this tournament? Because his form right now has been awful. Like, over the last few months, he's been really, really poor. But I guess the World Darts Championship brings out the very best in players. Does anyone see him kind of doing all right in this competition? Because it is one of those where I'm kind of like, you never know what Adrian Lewis is going to turn up. I mean, last year he made it, was it to the 3rd round and then got knocked out? Which he should be doing, but to be honest, he should be doing better than that. But with the way that he's been playing recently, he'll be lucky if he makes it past the 2nd round. Especially playing against either Damon Hayter. Oh, good chance here though, 170. And he tried for the big fish there, Evans, at 170, but misses it in the end. But leaves himself with a good chance of finishing 36 to get a 2nd leg back on the board. As for Ross Smith, he's at 182. Gets 100, leaving 82, which means double 18 here for Evans will make things interesting. Double 18, first dart misses. 2nd dart's in, and well, he gets the 2nd leg on the board here, and maybe David Evans is still obviously going to be a little bit nervous and full of adrenaline right now, trying to get back into this game, but he's got a real potential opportunity here to get a set to his name, which would be a big boost of confidence for him in this match. Can he do it? He starts off here with 2 double 20s. Chance for the 180 to start off this set. Sorry, leg. And he only gets a 140. Good start there from David Evans, though. Ross Smith. Gets 133 there. Sorry, it was such an awkward dart. If you see in a second, you'll see Ross Smith darts the way it was angled there. Weird dart, that one. But he's down at 270, Ross Smith. David Evans at 361, now 265. 1 or 2 round max, I imagine. He's just not the same player he was before. That's the thing. It just seems, I don't know what to say really. He's just not the same player, is he? That's all I can say about him. He's nowhere near the same player he used to be, which is a real shame for him. But good score there from Evans. Gets a 3 treble 19, still aimed down at 94, which means Smith here is going to have to try and hit the big fish, and he won't be able to, unfortunately. which means Evans here has a potential chance to take a set to his name and make things very interesting. 94 required. Gets the outer bull. Only gets a 19, which means he's not going to be able to check out unless he gets the bull, which he gets the outer bull. And that will put him down to 25. Ross Smith at 36. Real chance here for Smith to take another leg to his name with a double 18, which he does. And how big could that leg be? Because it means he's one leg away from going through to the second round of the World Darts Championship. Ross Smith. It could be a very big leg indeed. Here we go. Real pressure now on Evans to try and get something in this game. The winner of this match will play off, as we said before, against Jose de Souza, which is going to be a great game indeed either way. I mean, as Chris has said, Lewis has been trying to lose weight too, I guess, as well. Probably for him. I know he's been trying to lose a lot of weight. I'm guessing that might have been a big focus for him throughout lockdown and things like that. And with him not playing in a lot of the bigger tournaments, he played in like the PDC Winter Series and things like that, then I guess for him, a lot of it's been focusing on the weight side of things, which fair play to him. Fair play to him, but I mean, I'd love to see Adrian Lewis coming up against Darren Heta. I'd love to see that. Because exactly as you've said, Andy, which means we've got a 180, by the way, here from Ross Smith. Very good 180 indeed. Puts him down to 262. Which means, as you said, if Adi don't play good against Heta, Heta will destroy him. That's one game I really want to see. I don't mind Adrian Lewis, to be honest. And there's a lot of people that don't like him, say he's scruffy and everything, but I don't mind him. I don't mind him at all. But as it currently stands in this game, Ryan Smith is currently down to 128 in this game. Evans is down at 267, and well, Evans has come back as well. With what's that? Is that a 180? It is indeed 180 there, which means Evans down at 87. Smith here at 128. Needs a treble 20 in the bull, which means there's a chance here for Evans to check out the 87. Big chance here for David Evans against Ross Smith. I mean, Chris put Heta destroys Lewis 3-0 in my opinion. Do you think? I mean, the way Lewis is playing right now, he probably would. Which means he's got to get the bull here for the 87, and he doesn't. Which means now Ross Smith at 65 has a chance to check out and win the game. 25 and double 20 needed to go through to the next round against Jose de Souza. Gets the outer bull. Needs tops for a fantastic victory. Hits the 20, needs a double 10 for the match. And he doesn't get it, which means David Evans here has a big opportunity to take this game into another set. All he needs is 9 and double 8s. Big pressure here on David Evans. Gets a 14, which is an awkward dart for Evans. He needs 3 and double 4. Needs the double 4 with his one dart. And he doesn't get it. And that could be the dart that ends this game, because Ross Smith now has 3 darts at double 10 to take the victory and go through to play Jose de Souza in round 2. He has to compose himself here, Smith. Double 10 required. Misses the first dart. But gets the second dart. And David Evans will be furious with himself for the fact that he's missed so many darts. His finishing was poor. But in the end, Ross Smith will not care. He will be delighted that he's been able to get through to the next round. And David Evans, who was too costly with his finishing, he was really poor at times, and you could see he was getting frustrated with himself, in the end loses the game, and Ross Smith gets a clean sweep against David Evans, a 3-0 win. That will take you through to a good match against Jose de Souza. 3-0 win for Smith. Great performance there from the Englishman. Well, there we go. That is the game completed between Smith and Evans. A fairly good match, to be honest. I mean, Not really a massively tough test there for Smith in that first round. I think, to be honest, as I said before, David Evans really cost himself in that game. His finishing was poor, and I don't think he ever bounced back after busting that 59 early run. I think he was just incredibly frustrated with himself that he didn't get that 59, which is understandable because he busted it. And to be honest, he shouldn't really be busting 59, but you know, it happens. Under pressure, it happens. And ultimately, in the end, it has cost him there. And Smith, who will certainly be thinking in his head, well, I'm glad he's done that because it'll be lingering around in his mind. His finishing was poor, Evans as well, which cost him at points. And ultimately, in the end, Smith, with a very simple win there against Evans, a very comfortable 3-0 win in the end, means that he will be going through to the next round, of course, against Jose de Sousa. What a game that will be. Of course, Smith coming in there with a bit of confidence. Jose de Sousa's first game of the tournament. And be interested to see how that one goes down. But in terms of the other games that went on today, of course, we had an absolute thriller of a match between Ryan Joyce and Karel Sedlacek, which finished 3-2 in the end. It went all the way to the deciding leg in that first match of the day. That was a fantastic game indeed. And then, of course, we saw a moment ago there, Ross Smith with a 3-0 victory over David Evans. It was a very comfortable win in the end, and ultimately, I think David Evans, as I said, he will sit there and think to himself, that 59 will have cost me, my finishing will have cost me, the frustration and anger that was building up as well was poor. And I mean, Chris has put in the chat, scoring was all even, but Smith was better on finishing. Exactly. And I think the frustration was just building more and more for Evans as the game went on. The more he couldn't finish, the more legs that was being, the more legs that Smith got, just because he was a better finisher. And ultimately, it did cost Evans in the end there. But, of course, looking at a few other things, we've got a few more games coming up a little bit later on. We've got O'Connor coming up against Neil Zonneveld in just a moment's time. And then we've got the big game, Chris Dobey coming up against Jeff Smith in a little bit's time. That round 2 fixture, of course, is going to be a very, very good game indeed. But let's move on to our next game now, which is William O'Connor, who's taking on Neil Zonneveld. So let's change up the scoreboard for now. And bang, there we go. Fresh new scoreboard for the 2021 World Darts Championship. But just looking at it, it's a very interesting game, this one, with the two boys on the hockey, of course. William O'Connor, of course, the darts player. He's 34 years of age. He's, of course, quite high in the rankings. In fact, to give you a rough idea of where he is right now, he's 36 in the world rankings. Maybe a little bit lower, or maybe a bit higher now. That was of November. That might have changed since then, but known as the Magpie, of course, only 34 years of age in terms of how he's been at the World Darts Championship. He made the last 32 in 2019. Last year, he was knocked out in the second round of that competition. In the end, he lost to, let me find out where it is, round 2. He lost to Going Price 3-2 in the end. So not a bad way to go out of the competition, is it really, against a player like Going Price. But in the end, should be a decent player to watch. As for his opponent, which is, of course, Neil Zonneveld. Neil Zonneveld currently only 22 years of age, been in the PDC since 2019, currently ranked 79th in the world, and this is his first World Darts Championship, which is fantastic to see. Be interested to see how he does, but ultimately I think William Connor should win this game. But I think this won't be an easy one, because Zonneveld's quite young, got his Q school with his tour card on day 1, which is mad when you think about it. I don't think this is going to be an easy game. I think it'll go 3-1 or 3-2. I mean, as Chris said, Zonneveld played very well in the Players' Championship. In fact, in that Players' Championship, he came into the last 32, and in the end, of course, he lost out in that game in the last 32 to... Where is it? I've got it up right now. I will find it. Dirk van Dijvenbode, a 6-1, which, well, we know what happened with Dirk van Dijvenbode. He was in the form of his life in that game, but I think this will be 3-2 in this game. It's going to be a tricky test, and a very good tie, actually, on paper, looking at it. A very good tie indeed, but we'll be underway with that game in a moment. But I'm going to take a quick second to just have a quick break. I mean, Andy's put, if O'Connor turns up, plays awesome, he could win 3-0. He easily could. And then you never know with Zonneveld as well. He's a very young player, of course, on his day. But I will be back in 2 seconds, as I said, being live now for 2 hours and 15 minutes. And then we'll get underway with the next game, which is O'Connor versus Zonneveld. So I'll be back in just 2 seconds. Well, about a minute or two. Apologies for that there. Needed a quick break, just a quick toilet break. As I said, you know, when you're live for like 4 or 5 hours, it's an absolute nightmare. When you're just desperate to quickly go, it's always a nightmare. But back now, so we've got the next game coming up in a moment. Thanks for those of you that did wait, by the way. We've got the next game coming up in a moment, which is William O'Connor taking on Neil Zonneveld. Should be a really good match, this one. Looking forward to this one, actually. The next 2 games are really good, and to be fair, we've not had a bad game today. I thought, you know, the first game where we had Amit Gillikwala playing yesterday was a bit of a... Do you know what I mean? It was expected at the very least. But so far today, we said before, we didn't expect one of these games to finish 3-0, but ultimately I think... We said earlier with David Evans finishing it, it really cost him in the end. But we're moving on to the next game now. William O'Connor taking on Neil Zonneveld. As we said before, Neil Zonneveld, only 22, very young player, coming into the World Darts Championship for the first time. We saw him at the Player Championships finals in the last 32, where he lost out to the very informed Dirk van Dijvenbode. But as Chris has alluded to in the chat, winner faces Daryl Gurney. Tough draw for Gurney, whoever wins it is, isn't it, really? And well, just seeing Neil Zonneveld now, he's got a lovely fresh cut. He looks very young indeed, of course, only 22. And, well, he'll be coming into this with a load of confidence, as we said before. We saw it yesterday with Keen Barry, of course, who came on, only 18. Came into it with a lot of confidence, a lot of flair, a lot of belief, and he played a very good game, but ultimately then lost. And I think it could be a very similar situation here where, you know, Zonneveld comes into this with a little bit of belief and passion to try and win this game, but ultimately the experience of William O'Connor might come out on tops. But remember, William O'Connor is only 34 himself. I wouldn't say he's massively young, but I'd say for a darts player, it's not a bad age at all. But as Andy says, the world's becoming a more open championship with so many awesome players. That's the thing. There's so many good, you know, young players coming and getting better. I mean, even some of the players that have been here for a few years now, and I think Dirk van Dijvenbode is a great example. He's one of those players that kind of 2 or 3 years ago you'd have been looking at and thinking, you know, he's an average player at best. But there's so many of the average players that have upped their game massively. that, as you guys have been saying, it makes the World Darts Championship such an open tournament. But I'm going to quick shut my window because it's getting very cold in here. Of course, we are in winter now. Shut that for a second. There we go. So that's shut. That's closed. Whoa, and we can now get underway with this next game, which is William O'Connell taking on Neil Zonneveld. As I said, thank you all for the new subs on the channel. As always, it's very, very greatly appreciated indeed. And as Chris has said, James Wade's still in 30s too. It's mad, isn't it? James Wade, he's been around forever and still only in his 30s. But William O'Connell's best run was in 2019, the third round. He's only 34. Tournament odds 300 to 1 to win this. As for Neil Zonneveld, of course, young player, first tournament that he has been in. It will be interesting to see how he does at the age of 22. 500 to 1 to win it, of course. But you can never say never to a debut player in a tournament. Always interested to see how debutants do, and be interested to see how he does in this game. So without further ado, we're about to get underway with this game. Here we go. Third game of the day underway. And it's going to be Neil Zonneveld who throws first. And he's got quite an interesting throw, actually. He tends to kind of push it out like that. Of course, you've got the usual throw, but he tends to kind of do it on the side. It's a really interesting throwing technique. But William O'Connell here will certainly be the favourite to win this game. A player who's been in the World Darts Championship for quite some time now, at the age of 34, and you would expect him to go on and win this, but never say never to Zonneveld, as O'Connor starts off with a 140 in this game. Zonneveld here, after 6 starts, is down to 382. Another chance here maybe for 180 for O'Connor. Gets 100. 261 after 6 starts. Not a bad start there for O'Connor. Chris has asked in the chat, what would be your darts walk-on song? My walk-on song would be Flo Rida, Club Can't Handle Me. I don't know what's it. It's always the song in my heart. My head, probably because girls can't handle me. Oh, God. If I was to have a walk-on song... Oh, it's a tricky one, isn't it? It's a really tricky one, that. Because I wouldn't want to take a song that... I wouldn't want to take a song, do you know what I mean, that people have already used before, but... Oh, it's tough, isn't it? Because the likes of Sweet Caroline and that have already been taken. I would have said Chumbawamba with I Get Knocked Down. I would have had that one, but that's been taken as well, hasn't it? So I can't even have that one. But O'Connor's down here to 67. Zonneveld here to 243. I'm trying to think off the top of my head, what's a really good song that would get the crowd going? Because that's what you want at the end of the day. You want a real crowd pleaser song. But O'Connor here at 67. Gets 17. Gets 18, which means he needs double 16 for the first leg of the game. And it's just wide of the mark, which means Zonneveld down at 109 has a chance to check out. Again, only gets to 7 though, which means we won't be seeing a check out from Zonneveld of a ton plus finish. Which means O'Connor led off slightly there. Only needs double 16 for the first leg of this game. He gets the 16, which means double 8 required. And he gets the double 8. First time. Fantastic finish there from William O'Connell. He gets the first leg on the board, and a very comfortable leg indeed there for O'Connor to start this game off. Let me save that there. Andy's put in the chat, I always go for more motivation tracks like Barney's Eye of the Tiger. Ooh, what's a motivational track? Do you know what? I got a feeling, yeah, that's not a bad song. Pump It as well would be a good song as well, actually, I think. Has somebody got Pump It? I feel like somebody's got Pump It as their walk-on song. I'm going on Spotify now to try and find a song that I've got on my my saved songs that would kind of be a good hitter to come out as a walk-on song. But O'Connor here at 227 in the second leg. Zonneveld at 361. Just struggling a little bit here, Zonneveld. Just struggling a little bit. He's down at 300 after 6 stars. I'm same as you, I go for songs no one used. Yeah, I wouldn't want to go for a song that somebody's used. Like, I'm looking now, Tiger Feet. I feel like for me, it'd have to be an 80s song. Or a 90s song, something that'd really get the crowd going. I've got to look now. I've got to have a look. I really want to find a song that'd be like the perfect one. Beat It. Oh, actually, no. The one I'm thinking in my head is Give Me Hope, Joanna, if you've heard the song. Give Me Hope, Joanna is kind of one I would be thinking off the top of my head. Maybe even a Madness song, because I do like my 80s music, so Madness would be quite a decent one to pick. Like House of Fun or something. That'd be a good one. We're double 16 here for O'Connor. He doesn't check out, which means he is down at 16, but with Zonneveld being at 165, he's going to have another chance here to hit the double 8 to check out and get the second leg. And not bad there, 90 for Zonneveld, which puts it down to 75, but O'Connor here at double 8, which is the check out he got earlier. He gets it again, and he gets his second leg on the board, and it's been very comfortable so far for the experienced William O'Connor against the youngster Zonneveld. He's not really tested the Irishman so far, and it could be a very easy first set on the board for William O'Connor. Zonneveld has said not really testing so far, but O'Connor here gets the double 20. Gets another double 20 to start off. Gets the 180. We love Kirk Bemming's 180. 180. We love it. And he's on for a 9-darter. Can't I Joe? That's a great song, Andy. Very good choice. O'Connor there only gets a 20, which means we won't be seeing a 9-darter chance, sadly. But Cotton Eye Joe is a great choice. House of Fun by Madness. It is one that's kind of coming to my head. That's coming to my head. I mean, Down Under as well. Simon Whitlock. That's another good song to come out to, but because he's Australian, I guess he can get away with that. But yeah, I feel like House of Fun would be a good one to come out to. And I bet you there's probably one player who has got the House of Fun. Yeah, Give Me Hope, Joanna. That's the one, Andy. I'd either come out to that or House of Fun by Madness, because they're two very good songs, and I feel like that would get the crowd going, get me pumping as well for the game. As it currently stands, we're into the third leg of the first set. William O'Connor down at 221. Zonneveld here at 270. As I said, Zonneveld not really done much so far to really test O'Connor in this game. He's down at 87 already. Zonneveld at 270, and he's got a very interesting throwing technique, is what I said before. He kind of does it slanted. It's really interesting. But at 87 here, gets treble 17. He's the double 18. Misses the 18, which means he needs double 9. And he doesn't get the double 9, which means a chance here for Zonneveld at the 170. If he can get this, then this would be a fantastic moment for the youngster. Only 22. He's not going to be able to get the big fish, unfortunately. Which means O'Connor is going to have a chance here to get his first set on the board. Zonneveld's not had a chance at a double yet, and he needs a double 4 to take the first set of the game. He's got one dart at it. And he misses it, which means there's a good chance here for Zonneveld at 110 to try and check out for the first time of this game. Gets a 19. Needs treble 17, which he does get. Double 20. Could be a good chance here for Zonneveld. And he does get it on the board, which means I don't know why the music was playing there. That is pretty rude. Because Zonneveld has got a leg to his name, and I think that's really, really awkward there on the kid to play it as if William O'Connor had won it there. I think somebody had got a little bit too excited there, thinking William O'Connor had won it. But ultimately, in the end, Zonneveld's got a leg to his name, and that was a very good finish. And he needs to try and get another set, a leg to his name here. And he's going to start off with a very, I was about to say not bad 140, but it turned out to be an 85 in there from the youngster. I mean, Chris put Queen, we are the champions. That's not a bad shout. House of Fun, good one. Yeah, I like the House of Fun. I like Madness. Madness would be a perfect one to come out to any of their songs and get the crowd going. No doubt. But William O'Connor here at 303, and very lucky there for Zonneveld. One of his darts falling out, which means he only gets 40 to put him down to 376 after 6 darts. It's going to be very nervous indeed here for Zonneveld. He needs to try and get a leg on the board, and you've got to say O'Connor here just had a little bit of a slump in the game early on, and got a good chance here for Zonneveld to try and claw back, which he doesn't in the end. He only gets himself 45, and O'Connor at 263, Zonneveld at 331. And he's put, I love Daryl Fitton's Walk on Song, Madness, One Step Beyond, cracking track. Yeah, absolutely, One Step Beyond. That was another one I was thinking in my head, but that's another one that really gets the crowd going. But I probably have House of Fun, so I'm not copying another darts player, because I feel like it'd just be rude to copy another darts player. You want a song of your own, do you know what I mean? But 1-2-4 here for William O'Connor. He's not going to be able to check out unless he gets treble 18, which he does, which means he can get the bull here for a very impressive 1-8 checkout. But he's decided to set himself up for a finish of the tops. With Zonneveld on 2-7-1, he's going to have at least 6 darts at this. As Zonneveld is only down at 188. So tops here for O'Connor for the first set of the game. He gets the 20, which means double 10. Still got a chance. And he does get it indeed, which means this time the music can play. And O'Connor gets the opening set of the game. And well, I think O'Connor probably a little bit frustrated there that the music could start playing early. But either way, he's 1 up against Zonneveld in that first set. And Zonneveld, who didn't really test him for the majority of it, started to look like he was going to come back in this game. But ultimately in the end there, William O'Connor takes the first set of the game. It's 1-0. Zonneveld has some work to do. And there we go, that is the first set done of William O'Connor versus Neil Zonneveld as it currently stands. O'Connor 1 set. Neil Zonneveld, of course, hasn't got anything on the board yet, and it's not necessarily been a testing situation for William O'Connor so far. It's been a very easy game. As for Zonneveld, he's had a couple of little chances here and there with this game, but overall, it has been one of those where realistically, Zonneveld needs to do a little bit in this game to come back into it. I think he's had not really had many chances at the double so far. That's because he's been so far behind. But I said he's got a very interesting technique in how he throws his darts. It's kind of a slanted approach, which is very different to what I've seen from the majority of darts players. But so far, the experience of William O'Connor coming on show, as you would expect. You know, one of the higher ranked players that aren't in the top 32. And ultimately, for Neil Zonneveld here, it could be another one of those games where it ends 3-0. Chris is will you be having Nando's tonight? I will be having something, but it won't be on stream, I'll tell you that for sure, because I hate eating on stream. But it was the one time I wanted to, and I'm not going to lie, I left so many chips. And it wasn't because I was full, it was because I didn't want to eat on stream for any longer. So I left a lot of food in the end. So I'm going to try today to order some food in between 4 and 6. Well, 4 and 6:15. Have some food. And that should keep me going for later on tonight, because ultimately, I don't want to be eating on stream. I'm not a massive fan of it, I'm not going to lie. Especially when you're trying to kind of talk about everything that's going on. It's awkward enough if I'm just sat there in silence eating, so I'll just order something later on about, like 4:30, 5. Get it here, hopefully, as soon as possible. And in fact, what I'll probably just do is I'll order straight away once the stream's done, so then it comes around 5 and I can just eat off stream. And then hopefully, by that point, we can get into tonight's games, because of course we've still got more games to come today. It's the first full day with a morning and afternoon session, as you can see on the screen right now. As it stands, we've already had 2 games played today. Ryan Joyce in a thriller against Karel Sedlacek. That finished 3-2, went all the way to a deciding set. Ross Smith beating David Evans, 3-0, comfortable win for Ross Smith. He'll be coming up against Jose de Souza in the next round after a very good 3-0 victory against David Evans. And then, of course, the game that we're watching right now, William O'Connor taking on Neil Zonneveld. As it currently stands, William O'Connor 1 set up against Neil Zonneveld. Not really been tested so far by the young Dutchman. But I'm going to be back once again tonight. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, highly recommended to, because I will be live tonight with the other games going on in the background. Of course, 6 o'clock is the next set of first and second round fixtures. There'll be kind of like a 2-hour break before I go live once again. Those 4 fixtures coming up later on. We've got Max Hopp taking on Gordon Mathers. Callum Rice taking on James Bailey. Adam Hunt coming up against Lisa Ashton. That'll be a fantastic game to watch. And then an even better game to watch. Glenn Durrant coming up against Diogo Portela. Of course, beat Steve Beaton 3-0 yesterday in a fantastic fixture. A real shock that was early on in the first day. But Glenn Durrant is going to have a tough test on his hands, especially because of how poor he's been playing recently. Chris, I'm practicing my darts, watching you and watching darts, multitasking. You love to see it. I wish I could do that. I'd be playing darts right now if I could, but there won't be a morning stream tomorrow. There won't be a morning stream. There'll only be an evening stream. As I said, there will be some days here and there where I won't be live with the morning streams. So it could potentially be tomorrow where I don't. Friday I will because Darius is playing and there's some good games in there. But there will be some days here and there where I won't be live in the morning. Or maybe at night time as well. It depends what fixtures are going on. But for the majority of the tournament, I'm going to try and cover as much of it live as I possibly can. I do move home in a few days as well, so it makes it a little bit more trickier for me. But I'm going to try and do as much of this tournament as I possibly can while I'm still here. So we still should be up for some very good games indeed. And to be honest, if I could have just stayed here, I would. I quite easily could, but my family do want to see me at Christmas, so I guess I get forced to go back home. But either way, let's continue on with this game. We are, of course, underway between William O'Connor and Neil Zonneveld. But the second set, as it currently stands, O'Connor down to 181. Neil Zonneveld at 3-2-2. You can kind of see the problem that Neil Zonneveld has got. He's not getting big enough scores to be able to test William O'Connor here. And as William O'Connor gets 140 to put down to 41, Neil Zonneveld is just struggling a little bit here. But we've got a chance for the first 180 for Zonneveld, and he very nearly got the first 180 for the boy. Puts him down to 182, which means a chance here for William O'Connor. Gets the 9. Needs double 16 to get the first leg of the second set on the board. And he doesn't get it, which means he's down to 32. Zonneveld at 182. He won't be able to check out. It means it gives another 3 darts for O'Connor. But Zonneveld at 140 here means he's down to 42, which means O'Connor needs to get that double 16. Hit 16, which means double 8 required. And he gets it, which means he does get a leg on the board. And, well, O'Connor not really making it easy for himself in terms of getting the legs on the board. But either way, he does get that opening leg of the second set on the board. Chris, to put in the chat, do you think contenders will be in Premier League next year? I don't know. I think they should get rid of it. Actually, no. It's one of those where I think they should just make the Premier League group bigger, to be honest. But I guess it's nice sometimes to have contenders. I think the best contenders that we've had by a country mile was the John Henderson one in Scotland. Just the atmosphere, the games, the quality of it was incredible. To just have him come up against Michael van Gerwen. But I think the contender system, the choice of the contenders they had last year were pretty shocking, if I'm being honest with you. There was a lot of games where people were just getting battered left, right and centre. But there's a chance here for Zonneveld to get a 180 on the board. He gets a 140, and this is a much better leg from the youngster. He's down already to 1-2-1. O'Connor at 3-4-2. He really needs a good score here, and it could be a chance for a 180 for O'Connor, which he does get indeed. 180! We love to see it. Real pressure now on Zonneveld to try and check out that 1-2-1. He's got the 20, he needs treble 17. He gets a treble 20, which means he needs here an 8. Well, you can't check out in the end, actually. He leaves himself 23. O'Connor on 162 means he can't check out. Gets 77 to leave himself 85, which needs a chance here for Zonneveld to get a leg on the board. Gets a 3. Needs double 10, which he gets indeed. And that is a leg on the board for Zonneveld. He's certainly got better in this second set so far, that's for sure. Looking very good indeed in this second set. O'Connor just looking frustrated with himself, as you would expect. I mean, Andy's put, it all depends how far they get, Chris. That's very true. But I think that the contenders last year, a few of them were really poor. Were really poor indeed, and I think it's one of those where a lot of people have been saying just get rid of it. But ultimately, you know, in the end, I think it's one of those where it's kind of like they need to get better contenders, but at the same time, who do you get? It's tricky, isn't it? It's tricky at the end of the day. But O'Connor here down at 2-2-7. Zonneveld after 6 starts at 3-4-1. O'Connor here, maybe a chance at 180, gets a treble 20, gets another one, could get another treble 20. He doesn't. Gets 140 to leave himself 87. Zonneveld at 3-4-1. Gets himself a 20. Gets another treble. And only gets to 5. It's been a little bit frustrating for Zonneveld here. Gives at least O'Connor 6 darts at 87, which means he can... He only gets 31 there. It's really poor from O'Connor. He gets himself 56 in the end, which means 16 and double 20 to check out. But not really been too good there from O'Connor. Will be a little bit frustrated with himself, even if he is dominating this game. But 56 required here. Gets the treble 16, which means he needs double 4, which he doesn't get. And he will get another 3 darts because Zonneveld is at 196. So we'll have another 3 darts here. I mean, Chris put it'd be good fans like Aberdeen, John Henderson, but I would go back to normal and have 10 players again. I probably would as well. I think the contenders idea was an idea that was tried, tested, and failed. But as I said, you know, moments like John Henderson, for example, as O'Connor gets his second leg on the board, very frustrated there. It took him 3 darts to get the double 4. But the John Henderson kind of night proved that the contenders can work. But there's been a few poor choices. I think Watermania was one of them where he just got battered in the end. But we've got a chance here for 180 to start off for O'Connor in this set. And he does indeed. He gets the 180 on the board. On for a 9 darter potentially in this fourth leg of the second set. I keep making the same mistake. I will get there eventually. Zonneveld getting a 100 here. Can we maybe see a 9 darter opportunity from O'Connor? Gets a treble 20. Good start. And his dart falls out, and well, he's not too bothered there. It was going into the treble 20, but he gets 120 in there in the end. And looking at the averages right now, Zonneveld only averaging around 80. O'Connor around 90. He's not playing too good, O'Connor, but still playing much better than Zonneveld at that 80 mark. Currently at 201 O'Connor, Zonneveld at 203. It is potentially looking like here O'Connor could get that second set. But Zonneveld needs to get a few trebles on the board here. Gets a treble 20. Gets a treble 5. Not the treble he wanted. But gets another treble 20. Which gives him 135 to leave him down at 68. O'Connor at 101. He's not going to be able to check out here. Which means a chance maybe for Zonneveld to make this 2 legs apiece. At 68 currently. Now he needs 48. Gets the 8. Needs tops here. Be a big leg in this game. And it isn't, unfortunately. Which means O'Connor's got a chance here at 44. Gets the 12. Needs double 16 to take the second set. And he does indeed. Second set on the board for William O'Connor. And he will be frustrated with himself. To be honest, he's not been playing too good, O'Connor. He'll be a little bit frustrated at his finishing so far. Zonneveld not really done much in this game. But ultimately, as it currently stands, William O'Connor looking very comfortable. 2 sets up, and Zonneveld, the youngster, has got a lot of work to do if he wants to get back into this. But as it currently stands, it's 2 sets to William O'Connor, none to Zonneveld. Some work to do for the youngster. And that is the second leg of this game between William O'Connor and Zonneveld finished. And so far, it's been one of those where realistically, as I said, O'Connor, he's not majorly been tested in this game so far. He's not necessarily been good. It reminds me of how Peter Wright was last night against Steve West. It's not been a convincing performance from O'Connor, but ultimately he's just been better in terms of getting high scores. And Zonneveld has been struggling to get ton pluses. I mean, Zonneveld has not had many chances at doubles, but he's been fairly good at them so far. In fact, I think he's got 3 of his 4. But O'Connor, he will be a little bit frustrated, I think. If he comes out of this game with a 3-0 win, he'll probably say, you know, look, I didn't play too well. My average was a little bit low for what I would expect. But in the end, Zonneveld has not really tested him. And to be honest, it looks like this is going to end as a clean sweep with 3 sets to nothing against Zonneveld, which means this game will be done fairly quickly. But he's looked alright, Zonneveld. He's had a little few glimpses here and there that he can do stuff in terms of trying to come up against O'Connor, but ultimately right now, he's got a lot of work to do if he wants to get anything in this game. Looking at the chat, Andy's put Fallon should be in the Prem. She puts bums on seats. She certainly does indeed. And then Chris put, if I was to guess the Premier League lineup, it would be Van Gerwen, Price, Wright, Smith, Durrant, Vandenberg, D'Souza, Aspinall. And when I look at that for next year's Premier League, I don't know when it all gets announced, who's in the Premier League next year. I assume it's not too long away, because I'm pretty sure, doesn't it start in around February, March time? But if you were to put all those names in, I mean, that's 10 very good players, and it'd be very hard to tell who finishes top. I know Van Gerwen would always be the favourite, but 10 very, very good, well-even players against each other. But as he currently stands in this game, William McCullough 2 sets up to 0 against Zonneveld. A lot of work to be done by that Dutch youngster, only 22, which of course is mad when you think about it. But ultimately, a lot of work to be done. And it will be interesting, of course, to see what happens in this game as we go into the next and potentially final set of the match. As it currently stands, as I said, William O'Connor down, currently 2 up, which is fantastic to see indeed. But let's get back to the game as the players are coming out onto the hockey. 2 sets up on this. They announced the lineup after World Final. Oh, perfect. Well, that'd be fantastic to see. Hopefully, we get a good setup indeed. And it'd be interesting to see whether they keep contenders or not, because I think it would be a nice surprise, wouldn't it, at the end of the World Championship final, if they say that there's 10 players back in it again and they've gone to the usual system. That would make it very, very cool indeed. But let's get back to this game. William O'Connor 2 sets up. We've got one more game after this. It's Chris Dobey taking on Jeff Smith. Be a very good game that. Of course, a round 2 fixture. Jeff Dobey, mixing the names together. Chris Dobey, of course, playing his first game. Jeff Smith is what I want to say. Played yesterday. Did very well indeed in his game. And then, of course, we had our other 2 matches earlier. Joyce in a 3-2 thriller against Sedlacek. And then Ross Smith beating David Evans 3-0 in a comfortable victory. But we're back underway here in the game between O'Connor and Zonneveld. And for those of you that might have just joined and wondering how this game been so far, O'Connor looks like he's dominating in terms of the stats, but realistically, he'll be a little bit frustrated with himself that he's not done a little better in this game. Currently averaging around the 90 mark, maybe a little bit less than that. Zonneveld was averaging around 80. I would assume that average has gone up very slightly. But ultimately, O'Connor's finishing has been a little bit poor at times. But he is down to 2-6-1 after 6 darts, which is a good start for the Irish darts player, of course. Still young. Still only in his early 30s, which is mad when you think about it. But Zonneveld, of course, only 22, which is crazy indeed. Andy's saying definitely have some fresh faces next year in the Prem. Hopefully so. And got a chance here maybe for a 180 from Zonneveld. Gets 2 double 20s. Treble 20s even, not doubles. And hits a 5, which means he's 125. Down to 83. O'Connor at 166, which means good chance here maybe for Zonneveld to get the first leg of this third set on the board. Gets 83 here, O'Connor, which means both players down at 83. So O'Connor at 83, Zonneveld at 83. Needs to get a ball. Oh, that is lovely from Neil Zonneveld. That is a glimpse of what the youngster can do. Finishes an 83 on a ball. That is a lovely finish from the 22-year-old there. And you can see the slight reaction, a belief in him that he could maybe go on and win a set here. Lovely finish of 83 on that ball. And you can see the talent that Neil Zonneveld has. But can he try and get an unlikely comeback in this game? O'Connor down at 4-5 after 3 darts. Zonneveld at 4-4-4 after 3 darts. Not a good start there from the youngster after an impressive 83 finish. 59 there for O'Connor. Leaves him at 3-4-6. Zonneveld gets a 20 here. Treble 20 gets another treble 20. Could be a chance for a 180. Gives some real confidence. He only gets a 140 in the end, but that's not a bad score for the young Dutchman. However, O'Connor's got a few things on his mind here. He might have a 180 on his mind. He's got 2 double 20s. And made that 3 trebles. He's got 180. And that is what what O'Connor needed at this stage to give himself a gap between himself and Zonneveld, who's just looking like he's starting to get into this game a little bit more. Zonneveld down at 204, O'Connor at 166. Not good scores here from O'Connor. Only gets himself 81, but of course he will have an extra few darts at the 85 he's just got. However, Zonneveld here has got a chance to pressurise him. Gets a treble 20 and a 20 and a 5, which means 85, which is what O'Connor's currently at. Needs to try and check it out. Gets a treble 15, needs double 20 to take a leg in the third set. And he doesn't get it. And yet again, his finishing is starting to really frustrate him. 119 required for Neil Zonneveld. Treble 19. And he's hit a 3. Well, it means he won't be able to check out here, which is a real frustration for him. But what I'm very tempted to do, actually, is maybe pick one session a day to cover live. So then I'm not live for 8 hours constantly. Because it is quite a long period of time where I'll just be constantly live. But we'll see what happens. I said, if I can... I might see what happens in terms of it, because it is a very hectic period. But we've got a leg on the board here for William O'Connor. He does get that double 5 in the end, and you can see the frustration. He's really, really annoyed with himself. His finishing hasn't been good so far in this game, and ultimately this could have been done much quicker, I think, than he probably expects it to be right now. But I might do one session a day. I was going to try and do every session live, but it is very hectic. But ultimately, we'll see how it goes, because, to be honest, I haven't really got much to do. It all depends on what happens with the tiers. I know they get updated today. Highly doubt Leeds is going to move out of tier 3, if we're being honest with you. But I highly doubt anything's going to move out of tiers, if we're being brutally honest. I think we'll all be in tier 3 at this rate. It is a bloody nightmare. But as it currently stands in this third set and third leg, O'Connor down at 3-2-4 after 6 darts. Zonneveld here needs another treble. Does get it indeed. Down to 178 after a few darts on the board there. I think 6 darts. Very impressive there from the youngster. And he's got maybe a little chance here to put a bit of pressure on O'Connor. If he can get a decent score here. Gets 20. Gets another 20. Needs a treble on the board here. Which he gets a treble 18. Which means Zonneveld is down to 84. You might have potentially 6 darts here at that 84, depending on O'Connor's score. Gets a treble 3, gets 20. And gets a 19. Which means he only gets 48. So there's a chance here for 6 darts at the very minimum at that 84. He only gets a 1. Then gets a 17, which means he can only set himself up in this situation. But he does have at least another 3 match darts at it, while O'Connor's at 218. I would go live for any games you think are good. Yeah, that's true. I think the problem is there's too many days where things are good. So, for example, Friday will definitely be a day where I'll be live twice, because I think Friday morning, you've got Darius playing, you've got potentially Lisa Ashton playing in the second round, and then Friday night is by far the best day, in my opinion, of the round 1 and round 2, because you've got Dirk van Dijvenbode, you've got John Henderson, you've got Paul Lim and Luke Humphries, and you've got James Wade. Friday is the best day by a country mile in terms of round 1 and round 2, but still we're going live loads. We're going live absolutely loads for this darts, but chance here for a double 10 for Zonneveld to get a leg on the board. He misses it, and O'Connor here at 80 has a chance to steal a leg away from Zonneveld here. He needs 80. Treble 20, double 10. Could be a good opportunity here to really put pressure on Zonneveld. Would mean that could be potentially the last leg next. Gets the 20. Gets another 20. Needs that tops, which he gets. It's a lovely dart from O'Connor, and it means we are going down to potentially a final leg. Zonneveld here has work to do if he wants to get anything in this game, and ultimately William Connor is 1 leg away from going into the second round against Daryl Gurney. What a game that will be, I think. I'm pretty sure it's Daryl Gurney. It is indeed Daryl Gurney he'll be facing off against if he wins, but 96 start for O'Connor. As for Zonneveld, starts off with 100. It's a very, very tight start to this game indeed. But that's the thing, Chris. All games are good. There's so many good games. It's very impossible to kind of pick out a day where there's not really much going on. Because if I go down like the list, like tomorrow the afternoon session I'm not going to be doing, but then the evening session you've got Jose De Souza playing, you've got Luke Woodhouse, Ryan Searle. The next day you've got Labanauskas. Then the Friday evening one, we're going bonkers on Friday evening. We're going absolutely bonkers because that is the one day I'm looking forward to the most. So the drinks will be flowing on that day, that's for sure. And there will certainly be some hype for all the matches. Especially that Paul Lim game. We fucking love Paul Lim round here. We've already got the gin flowing now, which is always nice to see. We do love a bit of gin. But treble 19 here. Zonneveld on 201, O'Connor on 205. And O'Connor down to 109 after 9 darts. And this is the thing now, treble 20. 17, he gets the treble 20, now needs 17. Double 16 to win the game with a 109 finish. And he doesn't get the double 16, but he will get another free match start at that double 16 to win the game as Zonneveld's on 175. And this could be a clean sweep here, but Zonneveld's not going to go down without a fight. Gets a treble 20, gets another one, and gets a 15, which means he is down to 40, which means O'Connor here needs to get that double 16 to win the game. 3 match darts, and he only needs 1 match dart to win the game. O'Connor takes this game 3 sets to nothing. And well, it wasn't really a majorly testing performance for William O'Connor against Zonneveld, but his finishing at times was a little bit poor there. But either way, O'Connor, he will be a little bit frustrated with his finishing, but he won't care because he's through to the next round where he will play against Daryl Gurney. What a tough game that's going to be. A really good match, that one will be in a few days' time. But either way, O'Connor wins 3 sets to nothing. We've got one more game to come up, which is the second round against Dobey and Smith. But a good win there for William O'Connor. 3 sets to nothing. And there we go, that is the final round 1 fixture of today done, and it was a fantastic win in the end there for William O'Connor. 3-0 on set against Niels Zonneveld, and the youngster who was alright. You know, he had a few little opportunities here and there to test O'Connor, and realistically, you know, O'Connor's finishing at points wasn't necessarily great. I think he will look and think to himself that although it was a 3-0 win, it looks resounding on paper. I think for him, he will look and think, was it as resounding as he'd have liked it to have been? I think his finishing at points was a little bit poor. And as for kind of his shots, he was very good at getting, you know, tons and 140s and things like that. But in the end there, fantastic for O'Connor in the end. Really, really good. And of course, I think, as I said, he'll be a little bit frustrated with his finishing. But either way, he's through to the next round. And what a game that's going to be against Daryl Gurney coming up in a few days' time. That's going to be a real good match to watch. As for Niels Zonneveld, you know, he's only 22. He's got a lot of experience and learning to do before he becomes a great darts player. I mean, he had very good chances in this game, like the 83 finish, for example, on a bull. Really, really good finish there from him. But in the end, he's got a lot of work to do. It's his only first tournament. It's his debut as well, so nothing to be ashamed of. And there are 22-year-olds out there who would wish to be in his position. So ultimately, I think it's fantastic to see you know, a youngster at the age of 22, you know, playing a competition like this. But very good win in the end there. And realistically, he's not done bad at all. But let's move on to the next game now, because we've got our final game of the afternoon session. And this one is a round 2 fixture. And what a game this one is going to be. Chris Dobey coming up against Smith. Now, let me just quickly change that for a second there, because, of course, we saw Keane Barry get knocked out of the competition. So I do apologise. I thought I'd sorted this out earlier. But he's coming up against Jeff Smith, the experienced player. And this should be a very interesting game, I think. Looking forward to this one. Let me save that. There we go. So there we go. Dobey taking on Smith. Chris Dobey, of course, the recognisable player. In fact, to be honest, they're both fairly recognisable players anyway. As we said, you know, Jeff Smith has got plenty of experience. But Chris Dobey, of course, ranked 22nd in the world as of the 29th of November 2020. That's probably changed from now. Nicknamed Hollywood, of course. In terms of his kind of experience in the PDC, he's got to the last 16 in the last 2 years of the PDC World Darts Championship. So very impressive from him. In terms of anything as well, he was a challenger at the 2020 Premier League of Darts. And hasn't really done much since then. Of course, got to the last 16 of the UK Open, of course. Not really done a great deal. I think it's one of those games that Dobey will think about this and think, look, I've got to put pressure on myself to go out there and get a good result and get through to the next round. He will certainly be one of those players that wants to try and get past the round of 16 and go a little bit further in this competition and really test himself. But of course, that is Chris Dobey, only 30 years of age. Should be an interesting game, this one, because he's coming up against Jeff Smith of the darts, of course, the 45-year-old experienced Canadian darts player, ranked around 91st in the world as of the end of November, 45 years of age, named the Silencer, of course. In terms of his competition so far, he got to the last 64 in 2018. He got to the last 16 of the World Series finals this year as well. So, not a bad player on his day. Not a bad player at all. It'll be interesting, of course, to see how he does in this game. I think this is going to be a tight one. I don't think this is going to be a walk in the park for Chris Dobey. I'm going to go for 3-2 before I see anybody else's predictions in the chat. I think this is going to be one of those that might not necessarily go down to the deciding leg, but be a tight one at the very least at the end of the day. But look at the chat as well. Andy's gone for the same result. He thinks it's going to be 3-2 to Chris Dobey. And then Chris put Northern Ireland Gurney versus Republic of Ireland O'Connor. But going to be a great game either way, that one. And then Chris put, I think Dobey will reach round of 16. He's got winnable and favourable draw. He should, realistically, he will want to go on a good run here. And what a way to start if he can get a result against Jeff Smith. But in the end here, the game should be underway in a few moments, of course. Dobey taking on Smith. There'll be a little bit of a break while they talk about William O'Connor taking on Neil Zonneveld. But I'm just going to go get a jacket, I think. I'm bloody cold. Give me 2 seconds here and I will get a jacket on. It's gone freeze. Actually, I'll tell you what, I'll just put the heating on. Give me 2 seconds. Just put the heating on. It's fucking freezing in this room. It's a bloody nightmare right now. There we go. So I'll quickly update the overlay as well so we can see that it was a 3-0 win. And as I said, just pretty resounding for O'Connor in that game. He didn't win 30. Jesus. He won 3-0. Let me save that there. Oh no, I don't want to close that. Jesus. Boom. So that's saved. Yeah, pretty resounding result in the end there for O'Connor. Pretty easy game overall. And as you said, Chris, he's got a very favourable section in the draw, Chris Dobey, to go on a good run in this competition. And I think he will probably expect to go on a good run in this competition. You know, he's a good player on his day, and ultimately this could be the type of competition that, you know, boosts his confidence a little bit. And be interesting to see how it all goes down. But realistically, I think Jeff Smith isn't going to be an easy opponent. We saw, of course, what he was like against Keane Barry. Keane Barry played very well in that game, and realistically, the experience of Jeff Smith came out to play, and he made it fairly tricky for Keane Barry to try and get anything in that match. But that game will be underway in a little moment, and I'm just going to get a little bit of chocolate because I'm starting to get a bit peckish, to be honest. And it is getting to that time of day where I've got to think about eating because, well, we are going to be live again in about 3 hours' time. It's a never-ending day, isn't it, realistically? I've got 8 hours under the lights and the camera. It's a mad day indeed. But do put your predictions in the chat for this game. It should be a good one. As I said, I think I'm going to go 3-2 to Dobey with this game. But as well, what I will say is Jeff Smith is not an easy player to come up against. It's going to be a good, tough test for him. But I think 3-2. I agree with Andy. 3-2 is probably right. It'd be nice for this to go down to a deciding set, to be honest. It would be very good indeed. But big thank you to everybody who's joined the stream. If you do, as always, do leave a like and a subscription. It's very, very greatly appreciated, of course. We've had some fantastic games today. Some really, really good matches. Of course, I think the best match by country miles so far of the World Darts Championship was that game between Joyce and Sedlacek. The 3-2 win for Joyce. What a game that was. Really, really good game. And no doubt will be one of the better games of the tournament come the end of it all. And well, we're just seeing right now videos of the fans, which is a real shame. It'd be nice to have the fans back again, wouldn't it? But that's not going to happen for 2 weeks, so we won't see any fans until we reach the 4th round at the very least. But a bit of news, by the way, if you're into football, it looks like that West Bromwich Albion are going to be replacing Slaven Bilic with Sam Allardyce. According to Sky Sports, they're saying that Sam Allardyce is potentially the man who could be going in charge of West Brom. I can't believe they sacked Slaven Bilic. I think it's a fucking stupid decision, to be honest with you. Absolutely stupid decision. They got a draw against Man City yesterday. Is that not something to build on? Apparently not. But, well, looks like Sam Allardyce is going to be in charge. But we are about to get underway with the final game of the afternoon. It's Chris Dobey taking on Jeff Smith in the 2nd round. We've been live now for 3 hours. It's been a long stream indeed. Do you know what I never realised is, I never realised how, I've only been sat down for, well, I'm saying only been sat down for 3 hours, but I've been sat down for 3 hours now, and I never like, underestimated how tiring it is. I guess when it's 3 hours of you on your own, it can get, it's not boring, but it can be quite tiring, but I never realised how, like, 3 hours, because it was yesterday when I finished the stream, I was like, bloody hell, it's tiring. I never realised how tiring it is being live for 3 hours, because we've done it in the past where we've done like deadline day and stuff and we were live for 12 hours and you know that was a long experience, but we were never sat down for like 2 or 3 hours realistically. We kind of did like an hour and a half each and kept swapping out and things like that, but you know 4 hours yesterday was bloody long, and I overestimated how not tiring, but hectic it is, because it is so hectic. It's bloody hectic indeed. But the 2 players are coming out onto stage now. Jeff Smith on the ocket, as is about to be Chris Dobey. Andy's saying every set he thinks he's going to finish 3-2, with the game finishing 3-2 in general. And what I never get, by the way, I never get why they got rid of the walk-on girls, because they've got the cheerleaders on the stage anyway. It genuinely makes no sense to me why they ever got rid of the walk-on girls, because like it makes no sense in it. We live in a new age, I guess. Of course, you've got to make sure that everything is spot on, and you don't offend anyone, which is completely understandable. But I never understood why they got rid of them. It's a strange one, isn't it? It's a strange one at the end of the day. But here we are, the final game of the day. Chris Dobey coming up against Jeff Smith. Chris Dobey, 150 to 1 to win the tournament, which I don't necessarily think is bad odds for a player like Chris Dobey. But at the same time, of course, it's going to be very tricky for him to go on and win it. Although he's got a very favourable side of the draw. As for Jeff Smith, we saw him in that previous game against Keane Barry, of course. So we're interested to see how he does. He's 300 to 1. His best run was in 2018 in the 2nd round, of course. Currently in the 2nd round as well, which means he could go on an even better run if he beats Chris Dobey today. We saw Peter Wright, of course, come up yesterday in his match against Steve West. A very tough game that was for Peter Wright in the end. But this one, I think, is going to be another tough game as well, and Chris Dobey is not going to have a walk in the park unless he surprises us here. Welcome to stream, Zach. Hope you're good. In terms of my favourite darts player, I would say Gary Anderson. I do like Gary Anderson, but I'm not going to lie. I do think Gary Anderson is coming towards the end of his career. So, in terms of another player on the side, if I was to say a favourite, it would be Nathan Aspinall. I do like Aspinall. I think he's a bloody great player on his day. And the thing is, he's very passionate, which I like as well. But We're underway in this game. Chris Dobey taking on Jeff Smith. One of those games that I think is hard to tell what's going to happen on paper. He needs to really prove himself here, Chris Dobey, because, as I said, it's not going to be a walk in the park, this one. But, I mean, I keep looking, I'm not going to lie, and I keep thinking to myself, this does miss fans, doesn't it? It really does miss fans, and as much as, you know, they've tried to fill it up and make it look as less empty as it would have had they just kept it the same way, it honestly does look like... It does look bare, do you know what I mean? It does look a little bit bare. I mean, Zach's point, he's my favourite and Nathan's my second favourite. Really fucking hell. Come on. We love Gary Anderson. I mean, it's one of those where I'm like, with Gary, I don't know whether he's going to be able to go on a run or not, but I don't know. I mean, Andy's put some bullshit Sky wanted about the girls. Ridiculous. It's mad, isn't it? It's absolutely mad. Gary and Nathan are literally my favourite too, no joke. Fucking hell, man. We love to see it. Two people which like Gary and Nathan at the same time. I mean, as well, Nathan to be a second favourite is sick. It is really sick. I do like Gary Anderson. One of my favourite players. I don't know what it even is about Gary Anderson. I just like him. I think it was just one of the first players that when I watched darts at the start, I kind of just alluded to and liked. So it kind of went from there. And as I said, I love Nathan Aspel just because he's got so much passion. Which is why I said earlier in the stream, of course, I love seeing Nathan Aspinall play against Gerwin Price. Two great players with a fuck ton of passion. But chance here for Chris Dobey to hit double 16 and take the first leg of this game. And he doesn't get it, which means a chance here for Jeff Smith to check out 73. Going to get 19, now a 14. Needs tops and gets tops. First leg of the game goes to Jeff Smith, and the experienced Canadian is off to a good start in this game. It's the start what he'll have certainly wanted. And let me just quickly update Jeff Smith's legs there. 2 seconds. As I said, it's a nightmare because I've got to organise Photoshop and everything at the same time. It can certainly get hectic on stream. But good start here for Jeff Smith, the Canadian. Could be chance though for the first 180 of the game for Dobey. And he doesn't get it in the end. Very lucky there indeed. 366 currently for Dobey, 408 for Jeff Smith. My favourite player was Peter Manley. This is from Carlisle as me, but he's not playing anymore, so I'm all neutral to it. I'm pretty sure, isn't it? I'm just going to Google this very quickly. Just want to see if it is. No, that's the wrong person. Let me just check. I'm pretty sure, isn't it Andy Hamilton who's coming back this year? I swear he's in this tournament at some point. I'm checking now. Give me 2 seconds here. I will update you on the actual game that's going on. I guess you're probably watching it at the same time anyway. Where is it? I swear it's Andy Hamilton who's... Yeah, he is. Hamilton v Kurz. Andy Hamilton is back, isn't he, as well, which is mad to see. When does Andy Hamilton play? I've got to find it now. He doesn't play on the evening one. There you go. So he plays on Saturday night against Nico Kurz. Same day that Data Hedman plays. Oh, well, that's going to be a day we're definitely covering. I thought Andy Hamilton was coming back. Feels like ages ago since we last saw him playing a big tournament. Andy Hamilton was in BDO World start of the year. It's mad, isn't it? And well, Jeff Smith's gone 2-0 up here with a 1-1-6 checkout. That is beautiful. What a start here for the Canadian. Could he potentially get the first set on the board? Wrapped up very quickly. Dobey here, under a little bit of pressure early on in this game. But I thought it was Andy Hamilton. Very good indeed. I'm interested to see how he does actually, because of course we know him from the past for being a decent player in his day, but of course things have changed now. It's a very different PDC, isn't it? You know, very different PDC darts. So many good players now. I feel like it's not impossible to break into the good players bracket, but it's getting increasingly harder to become one of those better players because you've got the top 32, and then you've got so many players outside that bracket. You've got Devon Hetter, you've got Van Dijvenbode. So many good players that aren't even in the top 32. It's bonkers. Welcome to the stream, John Kenny. How are you doing? How are you all good, buddy? Good to see you as always. There's another gin down. I would get another gin, but to be honest with you, no more drinks for now. We're done. There's no more games after this, so I'd rather not make another gin. But so far in this game, we're currently at the third leg of the first set. Chris Dobey on 2-9-1. Jeff Smith also on 2-9-1. And I kind of want to change my setup, I'm not going to lie, because I feel like every time I'm on a watch-along, I'm kind of sat like this. Because my TV, on what I'm watching on, is on the right-hand side. So I'm always looking to this. I kind of want to change it up so I can literally have it straight facing on, which would be nice indeed, but that'll be something to sort out another time. But as it stands, both players on 160. Chris Dobey getting 56 there. That puts him down to 104. Jeff Smith with maybe with a chance here to check out on the 160. However, he's hit a 5, so that is not going to happen. Which leaves a chance here for Chris Dobey to maybe get something in this game. I met him, Andy Hamilton, 2 at Blackpool, see that centre thing while he was playing in World Match Play. That's pretty cool, that, actually. That is one of the tournaments I want to go to next year. And Chris Dobey, what a checkout. 1 of 4. That is beautiful from Chris Dobey there to get himself back in the game. And that's a leg to his name, which means it's 2 legs to 1, currently to Jeff Smith. But if fans are properly back in next year and things like that, I really do want to go to... I want to go to the Blackpool tournament. And I am definitely going to try next year to go to the World Darts Championship next year. Because if fans can go back in and, you know, we're back to a normal, then I'm fucking going. Absolutely, every chance I'm going to that. But Zach asks, who do you think is going to win? In terms of this game, I think Dobby will win. In terms of the tournament itself, it's so hard to predict right now because there's so many players that are good. You know, you got Going Price, you got Van Gerwen, you got Peter Wright. I think for me, I'll probably wait until I've seen all of the round 2 fixtures to say who I think is going to win. But right now, I think in terms of who's going to win, I think we will see Going Price in the final coming up against either Peter Wright or Van Gerwen. Oh, it's so hard, man, because there's Aspinall, who's been playing great. Glenn Durrant could do well. Van den Berg, Pettersson, D'Souza as well. There's so many good players. It's impossible to tell who could come out in this final. But if I make a prediction now, Van Gerwen, Price Van Gerwen in the final. But that's saying it now without even seeing them play. So we've got plenty of time to see how all the big players are playing. But as it currently stands into that 4th leg, as it currently stands, Dobey on 67 got a chance here to equalise on legs. He gets treble 17, needs double 8 from that 67. Misses the first one. And gets the 8, which means he needs to get double 4. And it could be a chance here for Jeff Smith to get the 167. But he's not going to be able to check out. Which means a chance here for Chris Dobey to equalise on legs. All he needs is double 4. Can he get it? Misses the first dart. Misses the second, but 2 very good markers. But it doesn't work out in the end, and he misses it. Which means Jeff Smith here, with a 107. Big chance here. Needs 51, treble 17, needs double 18. Big chance here for Jeff Smith to get the sets, and he doesn't get it in the end, and we're down to a double 2 for Dobey. Surely he's got to check it out after missing 6 darts for the leg. Double 2, misses the first time. Bit of an awkward dart, that one. Second dart does go in, and we're to 2 legs apiece in this first set. What a good start to this game, as I think it was Andy in the chat perfectly said. He thinks that every kind of leg will go 3-2. And right now, of course, we're on course for that with the first set. Chris put the chat, Price v Durrant final, Price to win. It'd be nice to see that final, actually, because I think Price would bring the very best out in Durrant. But there's a chance here for a 180 from Jeff Smith. And there is a 180, which is good to see. Lovely 180 there. Jeff Smith with the first 180 of this game. He's on for a potential 9-darter. I will say my surprise package in a little bit here, Chris Welch. But a chance here for a 9-darter, which Jeff will not go for because he only gets a 20. And very lucky there for him. But I would probably say my surprise package would be... I swear I said it yesterday. I can't remember who I said for it. Who did I say? I swear we had this conversation yesterday, and I can't remember who I said for it. Ryan Searle, that was it. I remember saying it now. Ryan Searle. I feel like Ryan Searle's going to be a little bit of a surprise package in this competition. Maybe not necessarily winging it, but going relatively far in it, potentially. But we've got a chance here for 180 from Chris Dobey, as he's on 250. And he does get the 180 indeed. Big maximum there for Chris Dobey. He's down to 70 with Jeff Smith on a 180. Big chances here. Zach's put in the chat, it's obviously very unlikely, but do you think William O'Connor has any chance of winning? But in terms of winning it, probably not. But in going far, he quite easily could, because Daniel Gurney, who he comes up against, he's going to be an interesting affair, I think. I think that'll be a very interesting affair. Very even one, you could say. So I think we could potentially see him going into round 3, maybe even round 4, depending on what happens. But I guess you can't count anyone out. But we've got a chance of a bullseye here for an 86. What a checkout from Jeff Smith. He takes the first set of the game. It's 1-0 in terms of sets to Jeff Smith. And that was a great checkout on the 86. And the experienced Canadian is certainly giving Chris Dobey a tough test here. And the man who beat Keane Barry in that first game takes a lead in this game. It's 1 set to Jeff Smith. Fantastic start to this game. And the Canadian has got Dobey on the rocks. 1-0. So a dream start there for Jeff Smith in the first set of his game against Chris Dobey. What a start there. Fantastic 86 checkout with the ball to put himself 1 set up against the good against Chris Dobey. And Dobey so far, he's looked alright in this game. Had a few decent little opportunities here and there. But Jeff Smith doing what he did against Barry Keane. Looking calm right now. Keane Barry even, I think it is. Looking very calm on stage. Looking very good. Relaxed. And so far, really giving a good test here to Chris Dobey. Let's have a look at the chat. We'll see what you guys have been saying. Durant at 33 to 1, I think, is a great price. Well worth putting down. And if I could bet, which my betting accounts right now are shut down till February, which is fucking annoying. It's my fault that I did that. Then I would put a bet on, and I'd probably put 5 players on and bet on a few different guys. I mean, Chris has put Jeffrey as 100 to 1. He's got huge potential to be the next MVG. Reached semi-finals of World Match Players a couple of years ago, but only problem is he needs to be consistent, which is very true indeed. I think, you know, he's a very good player. He's a fantastic player, and I mean, the good thing for him is he's got so much time to learn and progress as a player. But as you said, if you can get that consistency, we could see, you know, the next leader of the pack in terms of one of the best darts players in the world. I mean, Andy's agreed with you as well. He's put, he is Chris. Jeffrey is awesome. You know, he's a good player, but if he can get that consistency, we could really see a real good potential candidate for the future to become the world #1, or at least become the next MVG, which would make him the world #1 anyway. But we should be going back into that game in a little moment's time. Chris Dobey taking on Jeff Smith as he currently stands. Chris Dobey 1-0 up. I am just going to take a quick nibble because I'm getting very hungry, and it is, as I said, at that stage where I'm going to have to order something to eat. So I am going to be looking at that in the background as well. But so far, what have you thought of today's action? Because it's been fantastic. Some really good games to watch in the World Darts Championship, day number 2. Afternoon session, of course. Because we have an evening session tonight, which, keep your eyes out for that. We're live from 6 for that. But as for now, we are going back to the game between Chris Dobey and Jeff Smith. It's currently 1-0 to Jeff Smith. A lot of work to do here for Chris Dobey if he wants to get back into the game. And Jeff Smith looking really calm indeed. You could see the passion and I think, not the relief, but the, I don't know what the word is for it, to be honest. Just the passion, yeah, is probably the best word. Just the passion of Jeff Smith, as he's taken a one-set lead in this game, it gives him a little bit of an advantage right now and puts pressure on Chris Dobey to come out in this game and try and push him all the way. But ultimately, what can Chris Dobey do? We'll have to find out in a moment, because he will be back out on the stage in a second. And he's got some work to do. One set down. It's going to be an interesting game. And we are back underway in just a moment. So let me put the headphone in. As we get underway with the second set between Chris Dobey and Jeff Smith. I put £5 on this one to win on Bet365. Returns of 500 quid. Bloody hell, that'd be fucking great, that. I wish I could put bets on. As I said, I've been stupid and I shut my betting accounts down last year for a year, which means I can't bet until February. But once it opens back up again, no doubt I'll be back on the darts bets. As after 6 darts, Dobey's down at 3-6-7. Jeff Smith is down at 3-2-3. But I'm very annoyed I got my accounts down. I shouldn't have done it. It always makes it better as well, don't you think? And I know it's not advocating gambling in any way, but I think sometimes when you put a little bit of a stake on a player or you bet on a game, it does sometimes make it a little bit more exciting. I mean, to be fair, the World Darts Championship is just exciting anyway, but it always gives that extra edge on the line, I guess, when you come into a match. Like, for example, you're going to be, Chris, put your £5 on this one. With returns of 500 quid, you're going to be rooting him on for the entire tournament, hoping that he can try and win it, or at least go very far so you can cash out. But so far in this game, Dobey at 87 needs double 18 here, and he gets it. What a lovely check out from the 87 to put him in the lead in this second set in terms of legs right now. But of course, Jeff Smith leading the game overall with that first set on the board. But a really good check out there, 2 trebles. It's a very, very tight game. Really good game indeed. But Chris Dobey here, under the cosh more than Jeff Smith. As Jeff Smith here, with his first darts of the second leg, gets himself 100 on the board. I YOLO it. I don't blame you. I would, myself, if I had a betting account right now, I would have probably put £5 on 5 different players and just kind of let the bets ride. If you were to pick another surprise package, who would you pick? In terms of a surprise package, I would pick probably someone like Luke Woodhouse as well. I mean, would you say it's a surprise package? Probably not. Maybe Luke Woodhouse or Luke Humphries. I do like the both of them. Mervyn King as well is probably another good shout. I know he's a round 2 fixture, but in terms of going far, I mean, he'd be an interesting shout to see where he comes in the competition, because we saw it before without a crowd against Van Gogh, and it looked very good. It could kind of work in his favour without a crowd, so I'd like to see what he could do at the World Darts Championship. But I will say either Luke Humphries or Luke Woodhouse, 2 very good players on the day. Could go quite far. I can't wait for that game between, I think it's Woodhouse and Lim in a few days' time. Really looking forward to Friday night. That's the one night of the World Darts Championship so far that I'm like, I can't wait for it, because there's so many good games going on that night. And no doubt we'll try and see if we can get one of the boys involved in well. But Dobey down to 103 here. Jeff Smith at 179. Good chance maybe for Dobey to set himself up with a decent score, or at least maybe even try and check out, because 136 there from Smith puts him down to 43. Gets 20. Gets to 17. Needs double 16 here for an impressive 103 check out from Chris Dobey. He just can't get it in the end, which means 43 here for Jeff Smith. Could get a leg back in this second set. Gets 11, needs double 16. Now needs double 8. And doesn't get it, which means chance here for Chris Dobey to go 2 legs up in this second set. Big opportunity here for Dobey. Double 16. Now needs double 8. And gets the double 8. It's 2 legs in this second set to Chris Dobey. And he started poorly in this game, but he's certainly recovering here. Question is, can he continue on? As it looks like Jeff Smith might be about to get a 180. He is indeed. We love to see it. Paul Hinks with his fantastic 180. Of course, Jeff Smith now on for a 9-darter. While Dobey gets 57 for his first 3 darts. So Jeff Smith doesn't get the treble 20. Gets a 19. but gets a treble 19. Good start here from Jeff Smith in this third leg of the second set. Very good start indeed. If Van den Berg and D'Souza can win tournaments, then anyone can. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I mean, we've seen some really, really good tournaments this year, and I do think, I guess you could say at some certain points that maybe not having a crowd helps certain players to kind of keep calm and relaxed, and maybe for players like Van den Berg and Souza, it helped them to a certain extent. But realistically, I think, to be honest, we could see a very, very dramatic tournament here. There's a lot of even games so far, but we haven't really seen everybody else play to know what's going to happen. But we've got a chance here for Jeff Smith to set up a decent score from 129. He's down to 49. Dobby at 204. He needs to get a good treble here to put the pressure on Jeff Smith, which he does get 96 there to put him down to 108. Yes, so 49 needed here for Smith. Needs double 18. Now needs double 9. Really needs to get this leg on the board. And he does indeed. Good leg there from Jeff Smith. Makes it 2-1 and keeps himself with a potential chance of making it 2-0. And put the pressure on Chris Dobey here, who gets 91 in his first 3 darts of this fourth leg of the second set. Really calm and comfortable darts here from Jeff Smith. No rush, no sense of urgency, doesn't tend to really react much. Really, really calm performance, and he's doing very well indeed. But a chance here maybe for a 180 from Chris Dobey. Just bounces out and gives him a 140 instead here. It's a massive leg for Dobey, as Jeff Smith hits a 5, but then makes up for it with 2 treble 19s. Some very good darts there from Jeff Smith. Dobey now gets a treble 20 on 270 as it currently stands. Jeff Smith on a 248. Gets a 140. Good score there. Means that Jeff Smith is going to have to try and get something very similar. And, well, in the end there, he just can't put pressure on. He only gets 59, Jeff Smith, to put him down to 190. So Dobey here on 130. Needs treble 20 in a bolt. Can't get that, which means he can only set himself up for a decent checkout score, and in the end he gets 65 to leave him with 65. As for Smith here, 190 means that Dobby will get another free darts to take the second set of this game. Jeff Smith DM'd me last night after he won, said well done to him, wish him luck for the rest of the tournament. Hey, that's awesome, man. And it's a chance here for double 8s, which he misses, and now there's a chance here for Jeff Smith. Fair play to Jeff Smith, doing very well indeed. Now he's at the 50. 18 double 16 needed from Jeff Smith. He goes for 14. Now needs double 18. Misses the first dart. Big chance for the second. And he does use it as the marker, which means it's 2 legs apiece in this second set. And this is a massive leg, because it could potentially mean that Jeff Smith goes 2 sets up against Dobey, or could Dobey potentially make it 1 set apiece. And once again, Andy, you're spot on. It's another leg that's gone 3-2. Completely spot on with his prediction so far. But it's so nervous indeed right now. I mean, Jeff Smith here really would love to go 2 sets up against Dobey. Put the pressure on the Englishman, who's currently ranked 22nd in the world, to go out there and get something. And I mean, it could be another shock on the cards. We saw, of course, Sedlacek nearly shocked Joyce this morning. Could we maybe see an actual shot this time with Jeff Smith knocking out Dobey? He's a good player, and I think, is he as much of a shock as the rest of them? Maybe not, but he's 22nd in the world, Dobey, and he's struggling right now in this game. He's really struggling. He's got a lot of work to do if he wants to get something in this game, and I'm not going to lie, I'm trying to find out what to eat as well for tonight. I really want fish and chips. I mean, it means nothing to you guys. You have the World Darts Championship, but I don't know whether I want a KFC. I don't know whether I want fish and chips. I don't know if I want a Chinese. I need something that comes here before 6 o'clock, though, because I really don't want to be eating on stream again. But either way, we got 180 from Jeff Smith, who's reeling the pressure on Chris Dobey, who's currently at 301. Jeff Smith down at that 70. I mean, he's got a very good chance here to take the second set and really put Chris Dobey under heaps of pressure. Gets an 18. Gets to 20, needs double 16 for the sets. And he's just wide of the mark. He will get at least under 3 darts at that 32. Which means he's got plenty of time here. Just needs to keep himself calm. Because Dobey very nearly went for 180 there, but he gets in the end 135, which means chance here, double 16 for Smith to go 2 sets up in this game against Chris Dobey. First dart, just a little bit under the double 16. But this time it is in the double 16, and well, Chris Dobey has got a fight on his hands here because he's 2 sets down to Jeff Smith. And this is a real problem now for Chris Dobey, who is getting certainly surprised by Jeff Smith, who is playing fantastically well. And honestly, give the guy credit because he's looked so calm and comfortable on stage, and he's a great player on his day. And Jeff Smith is 2-0 up to Chris Dobey. There's a lot of work for the Englishman to do. Be back in a moment. Well, we're back, and what an interesting game we've got on our hands here. Chris Dobey, 2-0 down on sets to Jeff Smith as it currently stands. And this has been a really good game to watch for Jeff Smith. He's been fantastic throughout the majority of the game. He's looked calm, he's looked comfortable. He doesn't really look like the pressure's got to him yet. And, well, he's 2 sets up and absolutely flying in this game. As for Chris Dobey, we said it at the start of the game that Chris Dobey has got a fairly decent run-in if he got through. But right now, I don't think he should be thinking about if he's getting through. He should be more bothered about the game right now and trying to claw back a few sets, at least a set, or try and get 2 sets in this game, because right now he has got a lot of problems on his hands. 2 sets down, Jeff Smith looking calm and comfortable. And you could really see this game finishing 3 sets to nothing to Chris Dobey and... not Chris Dobey, sorry, to Jeff Smith. And it is an interesting one indeed. Are we going to see, potentially, a chance for Chris Dobey to come back? It's very unlikely, but you never know. But right now, Smith completely in control, doing very well indeed. And I think we've got a very interesting set on our hands here, because if Jeff Smith can win, then what a fantastic result for him. It'll be the furthest he's ever gone in the competition. And that, of course, will put him into round 3, which will be fantastic for him. And he'll be one of the first players after Peter Wright to go through into that 3rd round. Chris, put in the chat, every time we put Jeff Smith to lose, he wins. Well, you've just got to bet on him to win. But I wouldn't do that right now because you might curse him in the game and then he loses in the end. But, of course, we will have to see what happens, of course, as this game continues on in just a moment's time. I've got to say, I've got no idea what's going on today with all of the stuff with in terms of let me turn that off. In terms of the tiers and stuff, I don't know what's going on there in terms of the tiers and stuff. Apparently, Leeds was supposed to be going into tier 3, which was tier 2, sorry, which is quite interesting. If it is, then absolutely buzzing indeed, but I highly doubt it. By the way, if you're new to stream, as always, do leave a like and subscription. Do leave a like and subscription is what I was wanting to say. Very greatly appreciated as always. We've gained a new subscriber, so whoever you are who subscribed, a big thank you from me. You can have the Gareth Bale heart as always. We are now 13 subscribers away from 1,350 subs, which would be fantastic if we could make it there indeed. But well, Chris Dobey is going to try and see if he can make it through to the round, the 3rd round, because he's under the cosh right now. As he currently stands, he's 2 sets down to Jeff Smith, and he has a lot of work to do. And while he might be able to start off here with 180, which he doesn't, and gets himself a 140 with his first 3 darts. But as you can see on the screen, in terms of the other games that have gone on in the World Darts Championship so far, Ryan Joyce with a 3-2 win over Karel Sedlacek. It was a fantastic match to watch. Really enjoyable game so far. Smith with a 3-0 win over Evans. Very comfortable game there for Smith. Evans really looked shaky with his checkouts. Very poor game from him. And O'Connor in a comfortable 3-0 victory over Zonneveld. Although at times I think O'Connor was certainly being frustrated with his finishing. Looked a little bit nervy at times. So we've got potentially the last leg here of Dobey versus Smith. And as it currently stands in this first leg of the third set, Dobey is at 2-4-5 after 6 darts. Jeff Smith at 2-7-1. Chris put in the chat, the last Canadian to win the World Darts Championship. Of course, John Parr in 2008. So we're interested to see here, maybe. Who knows? Could we see a Canadian win? We'll have to find out indeed. But as it currently stands, it could be a potential route for Jeff Smith to go into the third round, which would be great for him. So, Jeff Smith down to 76 here. Dobey at 1-1-1. Is he going to try and check it out? He's not. He's going to need to get the 51. Treble 17. He doesn't in the end, which means he can't check out and can only get himself a relatively decent score to check out. Jeff Smith on a 76 here. He'll really want to get that first leg on the board. He gets the treble 20. Needs the double 8 for the first leg of the third set. 1 dart at it. And he only gets the 8, which means big chance here for Chris Dobey to get 60. Gets the 20. It has to go if he wants to get back in this game. Needs the double 20. He doesn't get it, which means he needs now a double 10 to get a leg on the board. Chris Dobey, he gets it indeed, and that could be an important leg in the game. We've got a long way to go in this, and he certainly needs to get himself a set on the board, and that will certainly be a little bit of a relief for Chris Dobey as he tries to push and get back in this game. As it currently stands, though, Jeff Smith 2 sets up in this match. It's a really interesting game, this one, because we already could have another relatively big shock on our hands. We already had Steve Beaton knocked out yesterday, which was certainly a surprise to many. And as for Jeff Smith, well, he could be about to knock out the 22nd ranked player in the world. So let's find out, though, what happens here with the rest of this game. Dobey currently at 4-4-2, and Jeff Smith at 3-0-7. Be interested to see what goes on here. Jeff Smith currently up. Gets a treble 20 and a 20. Needs another one realistically. Gets 100. He really needs to hold his throw at this stage. Because, well, you know what? If he holds his throw right now, as I said, I feel comfortable that Jeff Smith could go on and get something in this game and win it. But Dobey there with a 140. Puts himself down to 2-4-2. Keeping himself well and truly in this match so far. But Jeff Smith only gets 57, which means Dobey here, if he can get a few trebles on the board, will put himself in a really good position here. And he only gets, well, he gets 95 in the end there. It looked very nervous for him. Did get a treble 19 in the end. And Dobey down at 147, Smith at 150. He's got a real potential chance to get something in this game. 50 there for Smith, leaves him down at 100. So Dobey at 147 gets 20. Cannot check out either, which means Smith here at 100 could have a good opportunity in this game to try and check out. Can he do it? That's the question. Gets the 20. Gets the 16. Needs the double 16. Oh, it's lovely from Jeff Smith. Brilliant work to get himself a leg on the board. And that was a fantastic 100 checkout. And it's 1 leg apiece in this third set. Really, really good work there. And it's going to be very interesting to see how Chris Dobey reacts to that after that lovely 100 finish. It's a really, really big game, this. And at the end of the day, you can see how this could go back and forth. And, you know, there's opportunities left, right and centre for all of these two players on the hockey right now to try and get something. And, well, it's one of those right now. That's very interesting indeed. Carlisle remaining in Tier 2. Give me the good news, Chris, that Leeds has gone into Tier 2. I fucking doubt it, but give me the good news, because then it means I get 5 days to do stuff at the very least here in Leeds. But there's a chance for a 180. We haven't had one in a while, and we've got 180 from Chris Dobey. Good score indeed there from him. Puts him down to 168 in this leg. Only 96 there from Jeff Smith means he goes down to 180, Dobey at 168. And, well, there's a good opportunity here for him to potentially try and get a very good score. And that's a great score there. 136 from Chris Dobey leaves him down at 32. Jeff Smith really needs a few doubles on the board here. He really needs a double or a treble. And he only gets 60, which means 32 plays 120. Double 16 for Dobey to lead in this set. Now needs double 8. Still a chance of the double 8. And he gets it. 2-1 on legs to Chris Dobey. Very good dart there indeed. And it's a very, very nervy game right now. He's not making it easy for Jeff Smith to win this. Now there is Jeff Smith making it easy for Chris Dobey to get something in this game. It's going to be a very, very interesting match. This is going down to the wire, I think. This could go, in my opinion, maybe to a deciding leg in this game. In terms of this set right now as it currently stands. Jeff Smith, a little bit nervous, could you say? He's only a few steps away from a potential third round game. But Chris Dobey here could be on for another 180. Gets 133 in the end there. Not a bad score from Chris Dobey. Jeff Smith, though, at 270 here. Needs to get a few trebles on the board. Really needs one now. 220s and only a 60, which will put him down at 210. He's got to get this leg. 309 currently for Dobey, who's certainly starting to get a swing of things in this game. He's down to 170, looking to look a lot more confident in this game. Smith really needs something here. Currently at 210. And he only gets 60, which means a good chance here for Dobey. Go for the big fish. And, well, he gets treble 5, which means we won't be seeing no big fish today. Very frustrating there for Chris Dobey, of course. Didn't want to. I don't think he wanted to go for it there, is what I wanted to say. I don't think he wanted to go for it, but he was going to go for it in the end. But 150 here for Jeff Smith. Gets 19. Treble 19. Gets 96. Very nervous indeed. 54 for Jeff Smith. Treble 20. Needs an 18. He's at 110. Now needs double 16 for a lovely 110 checkout from Chris Dobey. And he doesn't get it, which means Jeff Smith here really needs to get this 54 to equalise on legs, make it 2-2 in this third set. Gets the 14, 2 chances at the double 20. Gets it first time. We're going to a deciding leg in this third set. Is Jeff Smith going to take the winning set and knock out Chris Dobey? Or will we be going on in this game with Chris Dobey taking a set? It's a very interesting game right now. A very even match. And a very nervy one, you could say, right now. 58 to start off there for Jeff Smith. And Chris Dobey trying to get himself a 180 here. He's had a few good ton pluses so far in this game. But ultimately right now, Jeff Smith is keeping close with him. And doesn't seem to be backing down. Very similar to what he was like against Keane Barry. Where, you know, Barry at one point was certainly looking strong in the game, but ultimately he's done very well indeed, Jeff Smith, and he's doing very well again today in this second round of the World Darts Championship. 2-1-6 for Chris Dobey. Jeff Smith really needs probably 2 trebles here. He's only going to potentially have a chance at 1, which he doesn't get here, and Chris Dobey now has a real advantage in this set. Currently 2-1-6 against 2-8-8. 100 on the board there for Dobey. Leaves him down at 116. Jeff Smith has to get a real big score here. He's just struggling a little bit to get his trebles. He gets 93 in the end, which puts him down into 195. Of course, there's going to be 6 darts here for Dobey to get at the 116. He needs to get treble 20. Now he needs the double 18 for a 116 checkout and a set to his name, and this game will be going on. 1 set there for Chris Dobey. It's a big 116 check out there, and could that be a massive moment in this game? Jeff Smith even looked calm, you know, in control of this game, but now Dobey's got a set back to his name. Could we see a different outcome in this match? We will have to find out indeed. Dobey here going for a 180 and doesn't get it in the end, gets a 140. Such a nervy game right now between these two players. It's a tight affair. And once again, for what I think Andy said earlier, it was another game that went to 3-2, I think. I'm pretty sure in terms of the legs. But as it currently stands, Jeff Smith will certainly be feeling the pressure now as Chris Dobey gets back into this game. And my back is absolutely not killing, but I need to stand up. I genuinely need to stand up for a second because my back is going. Oh my lord. I mean, I have been sat down for nearly 3 hours non-stop. Oh. So in this game right now, Chris Dobey currently at 170. Jeff Smith at a 2-1-2. Will Dobey this time try and go for the big fish? He tried last time and of course hit the treble 5. So here we go once again. Gets the treble 20. Gets another treble 20. Good chance here for the big fish. Get the bullseye. And he hits the outer ball with a 170. But Jeff Smith here at a 170 as well. Can we see one better? Gets a treble 20. Gets another treble 20. Go on, Jeff Smith. For the bullseye. Oh. And they matched each other with an outer ball. Both players at 25. That would have been a lovely little leg of darts there. 9. Now needs double 8 to take a leg in this 4th set. And he gets it. Chris Dobey gets it on the board. He leads this 4th set with the first leg. It's a very good leg. And the pressure is just starting to build a little bit here on Jeff Smith, who was in cruise control of this game for a little bit. Now Dobey getting back into this game. And he gets 180 there, Chris Dobey. The pressure starting to build. The pressure really starting to build in this game. And oh, well, Jeff Smith replies with 180. It's brilliant. Paul Hinksey coming up so you can have George Noble saying it. Brilliant indeed. And both players won for a 9-darter there. And Jeff Smith here has got a chance for a 9-darter. Gets the treble 20. Gets the treble 19. Go on. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Jeff Smith on for the 9-darter. This is the chance we've been waiting for. This is it. Get excited. The 9-darter chance is on. 147 required for a 9-darter by Jeff Smith. And he doesn't get the treble 20. Oh. And that was a real chance, I think, for Jeff Smith to get a 9-darter in this game. And oh, we get excited, don't we, for a second. You see the 6 darts and you get excited, and ultimately there he doesn't. But Dobey checks out with a 106, and that is a massive leg on the board for Chris Dobey. And just as we saw a chance for a 9-darter by Jeff Smith, Chris Dobey checks out a 106. What a leg of darts that was. Fantastic indeed. A really, really good leg of darts there by both players, and we could have had a 9-darter chance there, and very, very good chance indeed. Absolutely fantastic leg. Really, really fantastic leg indeed. What a lovely, lovely game this has been so far, and what a fantastic day of action so far. And my back is... I need to stand up for a bit. I genuinely do. I've been sat down for 4 hours. Let me just turn the heater off for a second. It's getting very warm in this room. 2 seconds. So good chance here in this game. Apologies about that. Just need to turn my heater off for a second. Dobey currently at 3-4. Jeff Smith at 3-1-8. The pressure really starting to build on Jeff Smith here. He took the first 2 sets, and Dobey now starting to get into the swing of things in this game. Could be on here for another 180. And he gets a 140 to put him down to 164. He's really turned the game up now, Chris Dobey. He knows the pressure on him. And you cannot blame him at all. 96 there for Jeff Smith, puts him down to 88. This is a real tense match right now for both players. 64 for Dobey, leaves him to 100. Jeff Smith down at 88. He really needs to get a leg on the board here. Gets the treble 29. He's the double 14 on the 88. And he gets it spot on. In the third leg there, going to Jeff Smith in the fourth set. He's putting the pressure on Chris Dobey. He is not backing down in this game. And Dobey will be feeling a little bit of pressure on him right now. Jeff Smith used to form BDO World Finalist. It's not bad, that. Well, he's not bad at all, but he's doing very well here. You've got to give him credit. Former BDO World Finalist. He's doing very well here with the PDC, of course. He's been here for a few years now, though. Very experienced player, and he's potential chance here for 180 from Chris Dobey in the A180s. They are flying. Well, Paul Hinks there, he was going to shout out the 180, just had to check to see if it was, and it was indeed 180. And Dobey putting himself in a very good position here to potentially take this to a final set decider. Currently both averaging around 110 in this fourth set of the game. It's been fantastic to watch these two players so far, and they're really both pushing the level of the game up, both really testing each other and improving as the game goes on. Dobey down to 98, Jeff Smith down to 100 and I think 190. He is indeed. So Dobey here needs double 16. And he has indeed. And he's a lovely 12 darter. And he was 2 sets down to Jeff Smith. And now it's 2 apiece. And we're going to a final set decider in this game between Chris Dobey and Jeff Smith. And you have to give credit to Chris Dobey. He had to fight hard in that set to get back. And he did indeed, and we are going to a last set decider, 2 apiece here. Who is going to take the victory in this game? Very, very nervous indeed. It's a very, very nervous game. Dobey currently on 4-6. Jeff Smith currently on 4-6-2. It's very, very nervous indeed. The tension rising. Chris Dobey's his best, it very is, but Jeff Smith here potentially on for the 180, and he gets a 140 to knock himself down to a 322. Dobey on 269. Smith needs to put a little bit more pressure on Dobey right now. Dobey only gets 43 though, so this is a good chance here for Smith to get a few trebles on the board and get back in this game, but he's just struggling here to get a treble, and he does in the end. And gets 100. He really needs a few bigger scores in this game, Jeff Smith. Chris Dobey gets 96. That puts him down to 130. Jeff Smith on 222. He needs, once again, another big ton at the very least. Gets a treble 19. Gets another treble 19. It's a lovely few darts there. 154 to put him down to 88. Dobey under pressure here to check out the 130. Needs 2 treble 20s. He can't get it, which means he's going to have to go for the bull here for a 130 checkout. Oh, and it's lovely from Chris Dobey with a 130 checkout. And he gets a leg on the board. And for what feels like the first time in the game, he takes a lead in the match. Jeff Smith under pressure. He needs a few big darts in this game. I will say it again. You've got to love the darts. You honestly have to. You have to love the darts. It's a bloody good tournament. It's a bloody good game. And we love the World Darts Championships. Best thing about darts every single year is the World Darts Championship. But what a comeback here from Chris Dobey. He's doing very, very well indeed in this match. And oh, we got a 180. Jeff Smith's not backing down. 180 there from Jeff Smith. Put it down to 222. Can Chris Dobey respond? He's got 2 double 20s. Make that only 2. And puts himself down to 140. Really, really good game this has been. And we've had 2 fantastic games. One at the start, one at the end. It's been great to watch. And Dobey here gets a double 20. Gets another one. Real chance here for a 180. Oh yes! He has the 180. Brilliant from both players as we get towards the end of this game. 140 for Jeff Smith. 81 currently for Chris Dobey. And Smith's got himself down to 40. Dobey currently at 81. He needs to check it out. Gets the 19. Needs treble 12. He gets it. Now he needs double 13 for a big 81 check out. And he gets it. Brilliant from Chris Dobey. Fantastic. And Jeff Smith is under the cosh. He's not, honestly, I think they've just said what I was going to say. Literally, Jeff Smith has done nothing wrong in this game to be down. But Dobey has honestly turned it on under the cosh and finds himself now one leg away from going through to the third round. What a fantastic game this has been to watch. A real great way to end this first watch-along of the day. What a game this has been. 131 to start for Jeff Smith. Leaves him down at 370. Dobey got 365 in his first 3 darts. Not 365. He's down to 365 in his first 3 darts. It'd be very impressive if you could get down to 365. But got a chance here maybe for a 180 for Jeff Smith. He's got 2 double 20s. Real big opportunity. He needs to get this. And he gets a 140, which is certainly not a bad score at all to get. What a great game this has been. And Dobey here getting an 18, a treble 1 and a treble 20. Not the best score he wants, and now it gives Jeff Smith a real opportunity to just try and push forward in this third leg of the 5th set. And he gets 134, Jeff Smith, down to 96 after 12 darts. But Dobey trying to respond here. 2 treble 20s on the board. Surely another one? No, yes! It's 180 for Chris Dobey. He's put the pressure on Smith to check out this 96. He needs a treble 20. He hits the 20. Now needs double 18. Can't get it. And it means Chris Dobey needs 47 to win the game. Double 16 for Chris Dobey. And what a game it was. Chris Dobey fights back from 2 sets down to win 3-2. Coming up clutch in this fantastic, thrilling match between Chris Dobey and Jeff Smith. But in the end, Jeff Smith, he just couldn't get enough, I had to say, to be honest, enough tons, enough finishes on the board. And Chris Dobey finishes this game 3-2. He's through to the next round. Well, what a fantastic game that was. Really, really good way to end the afternoon session of darts. Chris Dobey winning that game 3-2. A really, really good game. You know, give credit to Jeff Smith. He was fantastic in that match, did really well, but ultimately, when the pressure was on, Chris Dobey came out on top, did really well indeed, and ultimately just showed why he's in that top 32. In fact, obviously ranked 22nd in the world right now, and came out with a fantastic performance. I guess in the long run, Chris Dobey will look at it and think he shouldn't have gone 2 sets down in this game. He should have been a little bit closer with Jeff Smith in this match, but he won't care. He's through to the 3rd round, and he gets a nice kind of week's break to get himself prepared for that 3rd round after the Christmas period. But what a fantastic set of games we've had in this afternoon session. To quickly run through them, Ryan Joyce beating Sedlacek in a thriller 3-2 at the beginning of the day. Ross Smith beating David Evans 3-0. Comfortable result for Smith. Evans frustrated with his finishing, really poor from Evans today. William O'Connor with a comfortable 3-0 win over Neil Zonneveld. Fantastic win for the Irishman, of course. And then again, we've just seen another fantastic match to watch. Chris Dobey, 3 sets up to 2 against Smith. He was 2 sets down and fought his way back all the way to win against Jeff Smith. What a fantastic set of fixtures we've had for the afternoon. I will be back tonight at 6 o'clock for another 4 hours of darting action. It's going to be brilliant indeed. We've got 4 really good games to come up tonight. We've got Max Hopp coming up against Gordon Mathers, Callum Rides coming up against James Bailey, Adam Hunt against Lisa Ashton, and Glenn Durrant, who'll be coming up against Diogo Portela. So as for now, thanks very much for joining me. If you're new to the stream, as always, do leave a like and a subscription. It's very, very greatly appreciated. We are now only 13 subscribers away from 1,350 subs, so it'd be very greatly appreciated subscribing indeed and liking. But as for now, as I said, I'll be back with a live darts watch-along session in around 2 hours' time. Going to go live around 10 past 6, quarter past 6, just before the first game starts to, well, it gives me less time in terms of build-up. But as for now, have a fantastic morning, afternoon or evening wherever you are, and I will see you again in about 2 hours' time for the evening session. I will see you guys later on. Good night, or good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you are. See you later.